Boom. Hey, folks. So, I have a brand new ring light, and that brand new ring light is fantastic. It sheds great light, and it's sitting right here because I forgot to set it up before this stream. So, next stream, I should have much better illumination than this one because I was like, why is my lighting so bad? And then I was like, oh, right, because I haven't set up the new thing. So, yeah. um, yeah, it's a whole, whole chaotic thing. So today we're going to talk about two things. The end of the Donna Adelson trial. Now, I have not been able to cover some of it because I've been traveling and getting broken into almost. And almost getting broken into. Tony P, I haven't actually gotten the clown pictures yet. I'm waiting on those to arrive. So, and Nick Starro says, hello from Salt Lake City. Hello. What are you doing in Salt Lake City? So, let's talk about this one. Now, I sort of thought about it, and I thought about going over like a bunch of the evidence from the days I missed. And I went, no, there is too much. Let us sum up. Let us, and although maybe I should. I see Emily's streaming, so I'm not going to do numbers today. I suspect things are going to be pretty quiet. But I guess I should set a goal. Do I have a drink to set as goal? Goal. Oops. Also, Potter has learned a new trick. And Potter's new trick is that he is really, 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 really good at removing his booties now. He can do it like when I've got the booties on. When I've got the booties on, he can pull the booties off in like 0 seconds. It's really quite impressive in the worst possible way. Now, if you're going, why's he got the booties? Well, because he's got a toe infection. So we're trying to get that cured. And he's got to actually, like, he can't lick his foot in order for that to get better. And we're trying to stop him from licking his foot. And he just will not stop. So we're going to have to figure out some sort of better option. And it's probably going to be something like, something that he can't easily just remove because he got way good at that. It's, yeah. So I was looking at this one, and I got to say, I have some feelings about the closing statements. And I have some issues with the closing statements on both sides. The prosecution's close was way better, but I did have some places where I was like, really? So, and I see some people saying inflatable collar. The problem is the inflatable collars are good for keeping them from reaching like their back. It doesn't do anything to stop him from, reaching his foot. So, yeah. All right, let's roll on. So here we go. Let us. I'm gonna have to increase the volume on this because I don't know why this court feed has been super quiet, but it's been super quiet, and we need it not to be that quiet. So here we go. Share screen. And 1 second. We just got to get that going, and go from there. Come on, thing. Here we go. Boom. There we go.
the crime actually died. That is not required by second-degree murder. The victim of the crime actually died. That is not required by second-degree murder as a standalone crime or as a principal matter. The same would apply to manslaughter as well. As to any objection that you wish to raise, I'll allow you to make it now.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
So right now, we're going to watch this part because they're arguing over some of the, the aspects of jury instructions and so forth.
Your Honor, given the court's ruling on that, we would ask that second degree and manslaughter not be given.
On what basis?
Your Honor, the charging document briefly.
So what they're doing here is they're saying, listen, we just want to give the jury an all or nothing verdict. We want to give them the choice that they either have to acquit on everything or convict on on the whole thing. They can't convict on manslaughter instead of on first degree. Now, this is risky because the risk benefit on this is that if the jury says, well, we can't convict on that, but they would have convicted on something lesser, then it's great for your client. But sometimes if you force the jury to pick between everything, like the full first degree or nothing, they might pick the first degree, and then your client is hosed. So now I should note, this is it's a risky strategy. And if you're wondering, will this pay off? The answer is no. Because you all already know what the verdict is. But
as I indicated previously, Your Honor, it's our position that the two sentences at the end of the principal instruction, specifically for second-degree murder, is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Danny Markell. For manslaughter, it is not necessary for the state to prove that.
I'm going to slow this down just a wee bit because,
intended the death of Daniel Markell. As I indicated,
there we go.
It's a question of intent, and the principal instruction, the main portion, defendant intended the crime to occur. I just think it's confusing. I understand the state's position, but under the circumstances, we would request that the court not give those two lessers.
Moment.
As I understand it, they're requesting just for count one simply to be guilty of first degree murder or not guilty?
No, Mr. Evans to omit the lines pertaining to second-degree murder and manslaughter in the 3.5 sub A instruction.
Mr. Evans' understanding of our request is accurate. We're asking that the two lessers for count one not be given, and that would eliminate the necessity for those two sentences in the principal instruction.
What is the state's position?
You're talking to the phone, Judge.
The state's position is probably going to be like, well, you know what, Judge? I think we're good. I think we're going to get the first degree either way. Do I think it was a mistake removing the lessers? I don't. I actually think that it didn't end up mattering at the end of it. I think that if the lessers were there, she'd have gotten first degree. If the lessers are not there, she's going to get the first degree. So I get what the defense is doing, but at this time they are polishing a turd, right? They are the Titanic is going down and they're like trying to put a Band-Aid over the gaping, iceberg hole. So yeah. No, it's not a raw watch. It's just I forget the specifics of how this went.
On this matter, I will take a call clear from the defendant. Ms. Adelson, please rise and raise your hand this morning.
So here he's just asking, hey, do you understand the decision you're making? This is a potentially big issue. Like, this could be huge. I also just want to say the Markells today, the Markells are absolute and utter badasses. They come out and they just, they're just sort of quietly quietly brutal. Phil Markel delivers a line that I'm just like, wow. Remind me never to piss this guy off.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You can lower your hand. Ms. Adelson, you understand that lesser included crimes are something that is available depending on what is charged as a crime.
I understand that.
Do you also understand as well, if you waive your ability for the jury to make this finding, they can only make a finding as to what is charged first-degree murder?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In consulting with your attorneys, do you understand the strategy of waiving all lesser included crimes?
I do, Your Honor.
Is there anything that you need to consult with them further about concerning this matter?
No, there is.
Then you may be seated. As to the jury instructions, I will remove second-degree murder and manslaughter as options.
So here we go. This is basically the poker equivalent of like all in. It's, big win or big loss. Spoiler.
Your Honor, I believe moving the two principal instructions directly after count one would also be appropriate.
We're moving in reference from second-degree murder and manslaughter and principal instruction as well.
Whoop. Computer's making a beep.
Let's do change that thing that I'd like to consider.
Yeah, that was fire. There was some other stuff there that was fire. What did she do? Who did she allegedly kill? She allegedly was sort of the mastermind or a key player in arranging to have a hitman kill Donna Markel. So, yeah.
Just before moving the two principal instructions after count one, Mr. Evans raised a good point.
My opinion about Wendy's divorce lawyer and her bestie from college testifying. I'm just going to say sometimes you might go out in the front yard and, oh yeah, Danny, sorry, I'm mispronouncing. You might, you go out in your front yard, you see some shit out there and you're like, oh, that's shit. And then sometimes that shit might just catch fire. And that's more like what this was. You're like, oh, why did the shit catch fire? Well, because it can, I guess. So, yeah.
Give me one moment.
Oh, yes, I did. I've seen the verdict. No, geez.
Concerning the principal
That's rough.
instructions, Mr. Evans.
Your Honor, the last line in both principal instructions, where it says this instruction, pertinently says this instruction does not apply to count two. We would suggest that it be changed. This instruction applies only to count 1 and 3. It does not apply to count 2 in both areas.
Defense would concur.
Make the request of change.
We're watching the closings. All right, let's jump ahead a little bit. Here we go.
Change the analysis, however, that has not occurred. As to those two items, notes by 5 this time of the count ones.
Okay, so I skipped ahead to just, yeah.
Let me repeat it once again. So this reflects what is requested. This instruction only applies to counts 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2.
Yes, Your Honor. And given that principle applies to count 3, I'll withdraw the request of the principle after count 1. So it seems more, it would be more consistent with the fact that principle applies to count 3.
The positioning of the instructions will be introduction to homicide, count 1, count 2, count 3, principle 3.5 sub A, principles 3.5 sub B, intent, and then moving on to plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof.
Yes, sir. And I see you have added 10, the language that was agreed to by both sides.
Yes.
So here they're just arguing over like the language, and they're not really arguing. They're basically all in agreement because they're basically all being reasonable about the language, which actually was quite nice to see, because they basically sit down and they're like, oh yeah, the language, we're going to include all the appropriate sections. And the other side's like, yes, those sections are appropriate. It was actually kind of nice to see that the council were not, not throwing shit at each other through that. I like it, 100%. And yes, I see people saying, I can't wait to see Rob discussing the divorce aspects. I can tell you as well, I cannot wait to see Rob discussing the divorce aspects, because that'll be a big thing. I can't stay too late on the Friday Night Frenzy, because I have to be awake early for I forgot that I have a shooting competition this weekend. So I have to go. I'm going to be shooting. So, yeah.
The state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Is the state prepared to proceed with its closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor. May I please the court? Counsel.
She also has a snazzy suit, and yeah. And this is a good question. Can you call from prison to prison? I don't believe so. I don't think any prison allows for calls to other prisons. So I was wondering if Charlie will ever have an honor to yap on the phone with Donna. I think they're done talking to each other. Have I discussed what the W is? Not really. No, we're going to talk about that later. Do you shoot a flamethrower or fire it? I'm going to go with fire it. What am I bringing to the range? Long thing. So, yeah. Wherever it is, it's snazzy. I've heard that you wore red for closing for some of the other trials in this.
Morning.
And yeah.
Well, this is Dan Markell. He's the victim in this case. A son, a brother, a colleague, a mentor, a professor, a friend, but most of all, a father, an Abba, a dad.
No.
A dedicated and loving father whose downfall was brought about by the fact that his number one priority was maximizing his time with those little boys in the wake of a bitter divorce from their mother. Defense called witnesses to come in here and give you an expert opinion that his divorce and the subsequent litigation was not contentious. Not contentious to whom? It was.
I'm just going to say it's not really great when the prosecution is opening their close, like the beginning of their closing argument is dunking on your thing. Apparently Wendy is seriously lawyered up. She is one of Trump's previous lawyers. Like one of the ones who hasn't been disbarred. Trump has not had great lawyers in his corner for a lot of his things, so that's not fantastic overall.
Contentious to Dan Markell. It was contentious to Wendy Adelson, and it was contentious to this defendant. And then after telling you what a great guy Dan Markell was in opening statements, they called witnesses to tell you what a pain in the butt he was. And he was a pain in the butt to those people, those awful lawyers that can't even admit that divorces are emotionally charged. He was a pain in their butts. He was a pain in Wendy's butt, and he was a pain in Donna's butt. Why? Because this was his life we were talking about. Dan Markel was not a file on some lawyer's desk. He was a real person who cared passionately about every scrap of paper in that divorce file. He wasn't some bumbling idiot. He was a Harvard-educated law professor. And yeah, he was making it as difficult as possible for this defendant to get her non-negotiable, which just also happened to be Dan Markel's non-negotiable, those two little boys.
And this is the usual thing in custody battles, right? Is that I'm going to adjust my camera here. My camera positioning is not great. Let's see if I can fix. There we go. That's better for seeing my face. Both, like, typically you'll get vicious fights over the kids. It's super common. And I mean, they don't usually turn to murder. Certainly not like contract killings, but you know, people hate each other. And it's a bad sign when the defense witnesses did so poorly that the prosecutor is like, let me remind you of the defense witnesses, right? Let me make sure that those defense witnesses are fresh on your mind as you begin, like, ooh. Like, as the defense, you got to be sitting there going, oh, this is stinging.
You have learned about this conspiracy and how it has unraveled over the last 11 years since Dan Markel's death. The defendants in this case have all attempted to point fingers at each other.
Okay, this I was like, what the fuck?
Death. The defendants in this case have all attempted.
What the fuck? When I saw this, I straight up lost my mind because she used the Spider-Man meme in her clothes. Spider-Man meme in the clothes. I'm like, wow. Wow, that is golden. Like, oh, okay. And I like that this lawyer's actually got a sense of humor. She's got a bit of like soul and personality. So rock and roll. That's amazing.
Attempted to point fingers at each other. They have argued that the state's theory is right. It's right. You got it right. With everybody except for me. I didn't do it. Garcia's defense was that Charlie went directly to Rivera to arrange the hit on Dan Markel. Catherine Magbanua testified in her trial and said she had no knowledge of this murder. Charlie must have gone around her directly to Garcia. In Charlie's trial, he said Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera all got together to kill Dan Markel without any direction from any Adelson family member.
I mean, first of all, I wonder like how they're getting all of this in. Because like, is any of this in evidence? And the other thing is like, this is prejudicial, way over probative. Is the match a rifle match or a handgun? It's 3 guns, so it's rifle, handgun, shotgun. So yeah, I'm just like, ooh, this is a whole thing. So yeah.
Each defendant characterized himself or herself as another victim in this case. A victim in this situation, a victim of their co-defendants, setting them up, or the appearance of evidence that seemed to implicate them but wasn't what it appeared to be. But despite their efforts to insulate themselves and to distance themselves from their co-conspirators, they made enough mistakes to get themselves caught and held accountable for their respective roles in this conspiracy. And today is Donna Adelson's turn.
I think she got it in through some of them, but like she doesn't have Charlie Adelson testifying. She doesn't have, so yeah, I don't know.
Despite their efforts to play victims, Dan Markel is still the only victim in this case.
We'll make that
the
a goal
only thing
later.
he was guilty of was fighting like hell for those little boys. And he lost. He lost everything. This is what he looked like before. This defendant conspired to hire a hitman to have him killed. And this is what he looked like after. The evidence has shown that on July 18th, 2014, this brilliant, accomplished, beloved man was gunned down in cold blood in his own garage. This horrific death ultimately set the police down two separate paths, following the two most promising leads that they had. The first lead was to chase down that Prius that, thank God, Mr. Geiger caught a glimpse of pulling out of the driveway that morning. And the second path was to ask, as we would with any murder investigation, who had a motive to want him dead?
Yeah, they would have been showing either an autopsy picture or a scene picture would have been what was shown at that point.
And within 1 hour of the shooting, well before Professor Markel had even been pronounced dead, this path was already pointing to the defendant when Wendy Adelson revealed to officers that her parents...
Not if no one objects. If you don't object, you haven't preserved your issue.
...had more reason to dislike her ex than anyone else. And what offense had Mr. Markel committed against Donna Adelson and her family? Refusing to let his children be taken away from him? Objecting to her telling his kids that he's stupid? The evidence has shown that Donna Adelson was all about psychological warfare. And when all else failed, she was willing to do whatever it took to accomplish her non-negotiable, to get a win. In order for you to render a verdict of guilty, the state must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that these crimes were committed and that this defendant is the person who committed the crimes, or in this case, one of the persons who committed the crimes. It is undisputed that these crimes were committed. This was a first-degree murder. No doubt about that. But who did it? The only issue left is identification, or what we call ID. The defense told you in openings, motive doesn't really matter. Don't pay attention to all the motive. Don't pay attention to all the emails. But motive can be compelling proof of who done it. Identification.
Who done it is great.
Critical to your determination of the defendant as one of the persons that committed this crime. Despite some of the testimony that you heard, it is clear that the divorce between Wendy and Dan was contentious. Except the person who cared most about Wendy's divorce and relocation specifically wasn't Wendy. It was her mother. Charlie Adelson solicited Catherine McBanoa to kill Dan Markel, but why? Who solicited Charlie? Because Charlie didn't care about the Adelson family getting a win against Dan Markel. He didn't care about relocation. He didn't care about Wendy's divorce. He cared about go-karts and jet skis and pretty girls. But he also cared about getting things done for the number one woman in his life, and that was his mother.
She's just aiming to get like Charlie beaten up in she's just aiming to get Charlie beaten up in jail. Oof.
She managed Charlie's life for him, and in return, he solved problems for her. That pattern is seen throughout this case. He talks to Wendy on the defendant's behalf to get her to pull the plug on the Tallahassee house, to date Dave and invite him to Mother's Day, to pursue a medical malpractice job, even though that's not even her area of the law, and on and on and on. She micromanaged Wendy's life. Charlie knows how to manage Wendy in a way that Donna can't, or knows how to talk to her in a way that Donna can't. And Wendy needs their help, right? Because according to them, she doesn't even have enough of a brain in her head to run her own life without their help. Donna decides what's best for everyone, and if she runs into any problems making that happen, Charlie is her go-to guy to get it done. He is the problem solver. And what was the biggest problem that Donna Adelson had in 2014. Dan Markell. Wendy filed her petition for divorce on September 10th of 2012, and the defendant was right in the middle of it. In the fall of 2012, the defendant told her son, Rob Adelson, that she had been in Tallahassee for several months, renting a new place for Wendy. She used her own maiden name to do that, to disguise the identity of who was renting it, arranging.
By the way, your own maiden name is not a great disguise. I do kind of like how they're like zooming in. They're showing us a lot of Donna Adelson's face, because Donna Adelson is like, before the verdict comes in, she knows the verdict is in. She's got an expression of like, yeah.
For movers, moving money around and getting
that's
things
weird.
set up for Wendy to leave Dan. Then Wendy calls Dan Markell and delivers the news that she's leaving him. How does she do it? She tells him she and the boys are moving out of the marital home, and the defendant gleefully, that was Rob's word, reported to Rob, her son, that she and Wendy strategically planned to deliver that news to Mr. Markell so that he would get this bomb dropped on him right as he's about to take the stage to deliver this lecture.
What a dick move, right? What an incredible dick move.
According to Mr. Markell in one of his filings, quote, while the husband was away on a short business trip, the wife left the husband in the marital home, taking with her the children's furniture, clothing, toys, and whatever assets, both marital and non-marital, she desired. The evidence has shown that from the start, this defendant was very involved in managing Wendy's divorce. In October of 2012, defendant writes an email entitled, Things to Discuss at Your Mediation to Make Sure You Have in Writing for a Settlement, in which she refers to Wendy as a hostage and a prisoner in Tallahassee. That's what she believed. The email also includes the suggestion that Wendy pursue a restraining order against Dan Markell, that Wendy should go for 100% full custody of those two kids and relocation, and the threat of this conversion to Christianity. Quote, if he leaves you in Tallahassee, the children will not be attending Hebrew day school. That's not a threat, just a warning. A warning that her friend, Ms. Cunningham, on the stand dismissed. Oh, that was just a foolish thing to say, right?
Yeah, no kidding. It's a foolish thing to say, because you say something like that and the court's going to be like, you are not the reasonable person in this discussion. You are a flat out psycho in this discussion. And therefore, we're not going to give you what you want, because what the f is wrong with you?
But the characterization of these threats as, just something that was a one-off heat of passion thing has been completely destroyed by the evidence in this case, because she repeats it. She plans it with a lot of specificity. Wendy even admitted that her mom was serious about planning a baptism for these kids to change their religion as a ruse to try to strong-arm Dan Markell into giving up those kids.
It's like, we're just doing a joke baptism. Because if there's one thing religious people should do, it's like joke baptisms. Yeah.
This is an example of the defendant operating with the emotional subterfuge as described by her daughter, Wendy Adelson. Also remember how her son, Rob, described her. She has rigid and fixed ideas of what she wants. And as long as you comply, things are fine. But when you don't comply, things are not fine. Wendy even admitted that if Dan had relented and moved to South Florida, or at least allowed her to move there, they might have co-parented happily ever after. But Dan did not comply, so things were definitely not fine. The defendant ends this email with, quote, we will help you in any way possible for you to come here. In October, this defendant drafted language for Wendy's petition to relocate, including allegations that Wendy had been upset about having to live in Tallahassee since 2005, and a mention of putting the boys in a Christian school and on a non-kosher diet. Again, that's not a threat, just a reality. And the suggestion that the
I love this not a threat thing, because it's like, hey, give me your wallet or I'll shoot you. This is not a threat. It's just a reality.
boys live in South Florida with Wendy, and Dan just fly back and forth to see his kids. He can just come see them every other weekend by airplane. Doesn't that sound like an amicable, equal time sharing that the lawyers for the defense described was going on here? Wendy's lawyer says she had no knowledge of Wendy's mom being involved in her divorce, but the evidence shows she absolutely was. Wendy sends the proposed petition for relocation from her lawyer to the defendant with a note that says, here it is, let's edit. And the defendant responds the next day with detailed feedback, including an argument that Dan Markell is incapable of taking care of his own children and that Wendy should seek 100% custody. Arguments which Wendy forwarded to her lawyer as her own. And upon receiving the lawyer's answer, she sends the lawyer's answer back to the defendant. That's in evidence. Defendant's thoughts about Wendy's earning potential and her work environment in Tallahassee. Arguments about she'd be better off with this other job that's higher paying in Miami. And defendant says she's been living in Tallahassee, that she, the defendant, has been living in Tallahassee since the petition was filed to help Wendy with the boys. In January of 2013, the defendant advises Wendy on her amended petition to relocate. And this is where the argument is raised about the job as a major bargaining chip in the divorce. The defendant writes here that Dan needs to know that there's no way in hell Wendy is going to stay at FSU. On January 14th, Wendy files an...
The thing is that when you've got kids, suddenly you've got to, you got to have different priorities, right? You can't do some of the things you might otherwise do. And if you have kids and get a divorce, then you are going to be stuck with the consequences of that shit for pretty much forever, right? That is going to be a thing. So, it may mean that you do have to stay at a job you don't like and, etc. 100%.
Amended petition with request to relocate, which you can read and see. The petition contains many of the defendant's arguments. She couches this relocation in terms of not only important, but like a matter of life and death. Look at these quotes. It will create a major negative change in our lives. It will ruin your entire life. The rest of all our lives, mine, Dad's, and even Charlie's, will be affected by how well she can perform and act before July 31st to try to get this relocation thing turned around.
By the way, perform and act are bad words for court, right? Because what court wants you to do is walk in and just do an honesty. Like do an honesty. They like that, but not to, go in and do a performance or do acting. They don't appreciate that because we got other words for acting as applies to court, which is lying.
Donna has even started pre-screening men for Wendy to date in the Miami area.
How do I put this in a way that isn't offensive? No, there is too much. My mom has never rated potential partners as hey, this is somebody you could get down with versus not. No, that is not how that goes.
In February, Dan files his response to Wendy's motion to relocate, alleging Wendy took his stuff when she left. The sole reason for relocation is to be close to her mother and family in South Florida, and that contrary to what Wendy put in her pleading, he was not seeking to leave FSU. He wasn't trying to move. Wendy failed to comply with their Skype agreement, that Wendy exhibited deceitful behavior, made false statements, showed a lack of integrity, and had unclean hands. There's just some...
Now, people have been saying, are they going to go after Wendy? And you see little breadcrumb hints of it, little breadcrumb hints. And this is one of them when they're like, Wendy is deceitful. It's like, there's some little hints that we've seen over the course of things. And this kind of feels like one of them.
Pretty nasty words. Maybe not the worst thing that the defense expert's ever seen, but pretty nasty. Dan Markell requests sole decision-making authority for these kids regarding education, medical, and religious matters. The defense lawyer witnesses said, oh, that was never going to work. Maybe that's true. But these were concerns that Dan Markell took seriously. There's tons of discussions in evidence in these binders before you, in the pleadings and in the emails about Dan Markell's desire to raise these boys in accordance with his faith and his concerns that his wishes were going to go right out the window as soon as the boys went over to be with Wendy or her mother. And defendant took this matter seriously too. She made it crystal clear in these emails that she had no respect for these boys' fathers' wishes for them regarding religious practices. In this email, defendant says she's sitting at Wendy's kitchen table working on Wendy's response to the filing we just talked about that Dan Markel made. So much for her having no involvement in her daughter's divorce. She says in this email to a friend, all Wendy wants out of this is to relocate to South Florida, where she has us and Charlie. Danny is making it very difficult. On March 5th, 2013, defendant sends a long email in response to every paragraph of Dan Markel's arguments against relocation, including that Dan's religious practices are fanatical and dangerous to the boys, and that Dan Markel is psychologically unfit to have custody of his children. It's not sounding very amicable.
Also, I'm just going to say that it's, how do I put this? As a trial strategy, if you are going to be arguing that somebody's religion is like a mental health issue, that religion had better be like, you know, handing out flowers at the airport or like preparing the special Kool-Aid, because, you know, otherwise you are just making yourself pretty awful looking.
Is it? In opening statements, the defendant's attorney acknowledged that Dan Markel was an intelligent, accomplished professor and a dedicated father, and the state could not agree more. But the evidence has shown that her client...
If I was Harvey, what's my next move? Vietnam?
didn't agree with that. Donna Adelson repeatedly paints Dan Markel as a self-important idiot who's not fit to care for his own children. On March 6, 2013, Dan Markel sends Wendy an email threatening to take her to court over her failure to cooperate with the Skype thing. That comes up repeatedly. Here he says, you've made zero efforts to facilitate that when you or your mother could have easily done so. I don't want conflict or tension. I desperately want peace and joy. Please let that happen, but do not mistake my politeness or desire for cooperation as a lack of firmness. I will not tolerate failures on your part to keep our agreements. They did have a Skype.
Oh, I mean, if Harvey is not involved in all of this, if Harvey is just like kind of a secondary victim of his wife's scheming bullshit, then if I'm Harvey, I'm finding a new lady friend and I'm bringing her to go visit Donna. Just to like really be a jerk about it. But I don't think that's where his head's at.
Agreement, and she was violating it, and he was furious about it. This email was forwarded by Wendy to this defendant, so she knows about all this stuff. Dan Markel sent Wendy an email in December, which was pretty personal, and in which he is kind of a mea culpa. He apologizes for things that went wrong in the marriage and takes some accountability for what he views as his mistakes in the marriage. And Wendy forwards this email to her mother. Then Donna responds to this personal email and goes through Dan Markel's writings paragraph by paragraph, suggesting how Wendy can manipulate his words against him. Oh, look, he's admitting this here. This will help you in the divorce. And she does it in Wendy's voice. It's weird. Look at it. So all that.
I like that. It's weird. Look at it. I like that this lawyer has a soul. And what I mean by has a soul is not like in the religious sense of like, you know, whatever. I mean, she's got some personality, and she's willing to have some personality in her clothes that isn't just like lawyerese. So she's like, it's weird. Look at it. I'm like, all right, that's fair.
Sometimes Wendy seems to be complaining about her mom overstepping. You know, she's trampling my autonomy. It's like she's also inviting her mother into her business and wants her help, but also don't trample my autonomy.
Hopefully not into her.
In fact,
yeah.
Wendy thanked her mom for the thoughts that she gave on this letter Dan Markel wrote. She also wrote that she never would have left Dan Markel without her mom's support. In May of 2013, the defendant refers to one of Dan Markel's responses as a, quote, 23-page rant. Then she doubles down on relocation as the most important and non-negotiable part of Wendy's divorce. I mean, how many times does she have to tell y'all it's important, but somehow the defense is still, it wasn't important, or it was over. It didn't matter. She notes here that Dan Markell threatened Wendy with federal kidnapping charges. He threatened her daughter with federal kidnapping charges for taking those kids without telling him where she was going when she left. The defendant signs off, "I'm too angry to write anymore." And the evidence has shown that this nice, normal, sweet little grandma certainly was angry. To support the argument that Wendy should be able to relocate because Dan was always traveling on work trips, the defendant sends Wendy this email, and it contains every date, like the date ranges that Dan Markell has been out of town traveling for work since the birth of their first child. That's 4 years. She is able to go back and send to Wendy, he was out of town this date to this date, this date to this date.
I couldn't even tell you what days I've been out of town for this year. Like, and she's got this giant list of what days Dan Markell is out of town. That is weird.
It's a little shocking that she recorded that information, but we know she is a very detailed person. She keeps these extremely detailed day planners. But Dan Markell's travel schedule is of particular interest. In fact, in light of the fact that the hitmen knew that Dan Markell had to be killed on July 18th because he was going out of town the next day. The question is how they get that information. Who had that information? Then the next day, Dan Markell files a memo of law asking for the attorney's fees and saying that, quote, if costs are not awarded, then the wife and her affluent parents who are bankrolling the wife's litigation so they can enjoy closer access to the grandchildren will persist in vexatious and groundless litigation. Dan Markell knew that Wendy's parents and their considerable resources were a big part of why this divorce litigation was dragging on. They thought he was filing frivolous stuff to drag out the divorce and the proceedings, and he thought the same thing about them. On June 21st, the court issued the order denying relocation. When Wendy was on the stand, the defense made a big deal out of, oh, you didn't tell mom that was final, did you? You stipulated to it, didn't you? Which we later learned was because the judge had already ruled at sidebar that it wasn't going to happen. But basically, you kept your poor mom in the dark, and she thought this was still something that was viable, and you didn't tell her it wasn't. But on redirect, it was proven that that was not true. Defendant did know that the order was final, and she expressed this in an email to her friends. Poor mom wasn't kept in the dark on anything in this family. In fact, the defendant recognized perfectly well that this order meant she wasn't going to get relocation through the courts. She wasn't going to get what she wanted through the legal system, but that wasn't the only way to skin a cat, was it? She wasn't deterred by a loss in court. Instead, she started looking into other options to get a win for the Adelson family. There was testimony offered that everyone knew that there was a slim chance of Wendy winning relocation. Maybe everyone knew that on the lawyer's side, but the defendant didn't know that. She was not happy about this loss in court. Here she laments.
I mean, I suspect people told her that it was a slim chance. And we are at 1 out of 10 on the goal. So this goal is not going anywhere. I suspect people told everyone that, what was going on and what her chances were. Just she wasn't able to consider it, right? She wasn't able to think about it. And yeah, Love Runkle, first year law student here, 1L. Awesome. That is badass. So I get clients like this. You get a client and you bring the client in and the client says, what are my chances at winning a trial? And it's like, well, I think you're fucked. And the client says, well, what does it mean if you think I'm fucked? I'm like, your chance of conviction is like 98%. And basically the only way we win is if a witness dies between now and trial. And so the, what do you call it? KP, 100%. If you are single dad on H, do not hit that super chat button. I will come after you. So, I mean, you get clients who are like 98%, and then they do the Dumb and Dumber thing of like, so you think there's a chance? And then they can convince themselves that this 2% chance means that they're going to be acquitted. And they're just so certain that they're gonna get cleared. And they're like, I will be fine. And you're trying to tell them everything you can. You're putting it in writing. Like, your chance of getting convicted if you go to trial is a virtual certainty. This is likely to increase your sentence. However, you do have a right to go to trial. I cannot tell you that you cannot go to trial. You have that right. But, and they're like, no, we're going to trial. We're going to win. And you go to trial. And sure enough, you end up with the expected result, right? You're like, there's a 98% chance you're convicted. And they're like, why? I'm like, because they've got you committing the crime on video. And they're like, well, that's not such a big thing. Like, the videos don't mean anything. Oh, and Heidi, good luck tomorrow. Thank you. What's his? So thank you so much. I'm not actually which is tomorrow. I might have a hearing tomorrow that I'm not attending. Or is tomorrow? Or you mean the 3 gun? 3 guns on Saturday. So you get the clients who are just like, hey, you know, so you go to trial. They get hosed, and that's it. And then they're like, you said we'd win. And I'm like, I specifically said the opposite of that. I specifically said that we were going to lose. And they're like, I thought you were a good lawyer. And I'm like, I am a good lawyer, which is why I told you to not take this to trial and instead to plead it out, because you're going to lose. And they're like, I'm mad. And it's like, oh, okay. Like, I get it. I've had clients who wanted to, to take things to trial where they're like literally on video committing the offense, and the video is super clear and they are super distinctive. And it's like, okay. All right.
Unfortunately, after paying a lawyer $600 an hour for 10 months case preparation, the judge listened to Wendy for 1 hour and made up her mind. Outrageous. So at the moment, we will not be allowed to relocate. Note the phrase "at the moment." Jibbers had not beaten the Adelson family yet. Defendant concludes this email anyway. If I sound angry, it's because I am. We're all very upset and cannot believe the outcome. She couldn't believe relocation was denied.
Oh, there's going to be some more outcomes she can't believe. Her court, just say that her court losses are coming to a middle at this stage.
She expresses defeat over the court's order. The defendant isn't having it. She encourages Wendy to never, never, never give up, to take control, to not let Jibbers think he's won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee, and to show this fucker what will make him absolutely.
So Fucker. Now, I look at this and I'm just going to say fucker is a generous interpretation of this, and I don't know that that's exactly what Donna meant to have there. The other word that it could be, I'm not going to say on a stream because somebody will clip it. But I kind of think that she might have gone with other words there, and that fucker is the charitable one. So, yep.
Miserable. How amicable. Then defendant solicits Wendy to put on the performance of her life because Jibbers hadn't beaten the Adelson family yet. And this is where defendant reveals her plan of action, including having her Jewish grandsons baptized and offering $1 million to Dan Markel to facilitate this relocation. Control is a theme that's featured prominently throughout this email and throughout this case. There is evidence that the defendant controlled Wendy, she controlled Harvey, and she controlled Charlie, but she could not control Dan Markel. He wasn't going to give her a win. As long as you went along with her rigid, fixed ideas, things were fine. But if you didn't, things were not fine. Defendant continues to react to relocation being denied and Wendy's inclination to give up on the matter, including, everyone has a price. Now is the time to start. You said this divorce is not about winning and losing, and it's not a competition. You've already lost relocation according to the legal system. Well, it is about winning and losing. We're trying to get a win. You deserve it. You deserve so much more than a life without family, teaching in Tallahassee. Life is tough. If you don't stand up and take a chance, you don't stand a chance. Please, Wendy, do your part and stand up to him. Make an effort to do this so that our group offer will stand a better chance of being accepted. Don't let this temporary move to Tallahassee ruin your entire life. Fight for yourself, Wendy. We'll be there to help you. Just don't tell us that what you need to do is move forward with a sense of peace. Can't have that, can we? That's giving up. Giving up on relocation was not an option for Donna Adelson. Neither was losing. Throughout the trial, the defense tried to distance themselves from these emails. One of the ways they did that was by trying to put them off on Harvey. They pointed out, hey, this is a joint email account. One of these is signed mom and dad. And there's a few that are signed mom and dad, but it's clear that the defendant is the author of these emails and that she's the one driving the bus on this relocation effort. And during the presentation, we highlight all the dad and I language, all the indications in there that Donna is the author as opposed to Harvey being the author.
You do see that they're based now. I mean, this is going to be difficult if they ever try to take Harvey to trial because they're like, Donna Adelson's the author of all these things. It would be a little difficult for them to turn around and say, hey, turns out that Harvey's the author. Yeah. I don't think they're going to get Harvey. I think they might get Wendy, but yes.
According to her own daughter, Wendy, she's the dominant force in that household.
You guys are good.
And according to her son, Rob, she is a controlling person as opposed
drop
to
a message
the more
and I'll
passive,
start.
go with the flow type of personality that the dad, Harvey, has. In opening, the defense attorney told you that this defendant was a normal person, and you don't have to decide she's not a normal person. You're the judge of the facts, right? Was a crime committed? Is this the person that committed the crime? But in this email, she suggests that dressing her Jewish grandchildren up in Hitler Youth uniforms would be acceptable. That would accomplish her goals. The ends justify the means for her.
Now, to be fair, this one is the Hitler Youth uniform. I think she's using hyperbole, right? I don't think she actually means that. I think she's just trying to say, do anything you can. I don't think it's an actual serious suggestion of go buy a Hitler Youth uniform. But it really says be careful what you put in text because someday it could be used against you at trial. And yeah.
People. That is illustrated here, and it sums up this entire case. The defendant wanted this done because that was the only way left to get a win. If he had submitted, if he'd let her take those kids, he'd be alive. If he moved to South Florida himself, he'd be alive. But he would not submit. She could not get that win. He was a huge problem, and she made it Charlie's problem.
Oh, 100%.
Charlie, who liked the idea of being a tough guy, who had connections to people on the wrong side of the tracks. The price of Dan Markel's life was worth the reward of pleasing his mother and easing her diarrhea and getting her to finally shut up about Wendy's divorce. In the mind of this defendant, all their lives depended on the success of this relocation effort. She tells you as much herself in these emails. Listen to her. And as such, any and all means were justified. Because not everything one has to do in life is comfortable or easy. Sometimes it's ridiculously hard. This is what passes for normal in this family. I said the defendant made Wendy's divorce Charlie's problem, and the evidence shows that the defendant did keep Charlie in the loop every step of the way. Here's a July 10th email that states, just to catch you up on what's happening with Wendy, and discusses who should be involved in the bribe that the family wants to offer to Dan Markel. On July 19th, the defendant requests, and Wendy sends her copies of the motions, responses, orders, and transcripts from her divorce so far. That same day, Dan Markel makes a settlement offer that this defendant encourages Wendy to reject, saying the answer is no to all of this. Please, Wendy, we've been with you from day one. Do not accept or sign anything without the two of us reviewing and discussing all of this with you.
We've been with you from day one is a really interesting way of phrasing that. there's an old story in the Arabian Nights with the old man of the sea. And the old man of the sea is basically this dude who is a complete jerk. And so the old man of the sea story is basically our hero in this story. I think it was Sinbad on one of his, voyages or whatever. Goes along, and this old dude says, "Hey, I am old and tired. Would you please give me put me on your shoulders and give me a ride somewhere?" And so our hero of this story is like, "Oh yeah, poor old dude." And then picks up the old guy and puts him on his shoulders and, says, "Okay, I'll give you a ride." But this old guy turns out to be really strong. And the old guy clenches his thighs. Yes, this story gets a little weird. The old guy is like clenching his thighs and starts choking the dude and basically says, "I will choke you unless you do what I want." And like hitting him with a stick to basically use the hero as a pony. It's like ancient kink, I guess. But so he's using this guy as a pony. And, he's stuck for a while until eventually the hero of the story figures out that he convinces the dude riding his shoulders that wouldn't it be great to get some booze? And he waits until the guy gets, he gets the guy super sauced. And then when the guy gets drunk and passed out, he crushes his skull with a rock. The hero crushes the old dude's skull with a rock. And I think of this story in the context of this, because when Donna Adelson says, "Oh, we've been with you from the beginning," I'm like, yes, you have. But you've been there in the sense of like the old dude in the, from the ocean, in that you've been riding her shoulders and hitting her with a stick and, just being fucked up. So you've been there from the beginning, but it's never been a sensible, good relationship.
Screwing him financially is what will aggravate him. But ultimately, a settlement is reached. Y'all have heard about this date, July 31st, 2013. But contrary to what the defense has told you, the fighting did continue. On October 12th of 2013, 3 months after the divorce was final, the defendant forwards an email to Charlie Adelson, which Dan Markel had sent Wendy. And the defendant adds the note, "This is what this fucker is sending your sister on a regular basis. He is absolutely crazy. Impossible. Does it sound like everything was over? This was the amicable divorce over? Not contentious at all, right?"
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say in most cases, the prosecution, what you want as the defense is you do want the prosecution like trying to, attack your position. But do you want the prosecution to be in a position where they have to attack your position by like trying to attack it on logic, as opposed to just being able to straight up mock it, right? And this is the problem, is that the defense called evidence that the prosecution just gets to be like, this is ridiculous bullshit, and we're just going to mock the fuck out of it. So, yeah.
Fall of 2013, the same time frame in which Wendy starts dating Jeff Lacoste and Charlie starts dating Catherine Magbanua. On October 13th, 2013, the defendant texts Charlie Adelson, quote, "Horrible evening for your sister." The pattern of this defendant getting worked up about Wendy's divorce and then forwarding it on to Charlie is seen over and over again. Which brings us to Halloween 2013. Several important events in the case occur on Halloween 2013. One, Wendy...
It's really interesting that the murder planning takes place on like Halloween. Yeah, that witness was legally, evidentiarily, and strategically wrong. I will say that the defense calling that witness I was in my car, so I'm not able to pay the greatest attention. I listened to yesterday's day of trial driving in my car. I had it downloaded on my phone and I was listening to it. And then I stopped at the land. I did some duck hunting. And yeah, and I was just sitting there going, Are you kidding me? Like, are you straight up kidding me? Cause why is this witness here? I was also kind of stunned with the bit about like, what was that whole thing with like, hey, we had this police officer witness who we wanted to call, and they're like, and then this witness has decided to blow us off, and he's like, that's cool. Did you subpoena the witness? And they're like, no, Judge, we didn't. And the judge is like, oh. And they're like, we want to make this witness come into trial and explain why she won't testify. And the judge is like, how y'all gonna do that without a subpoena? And they're like, Judge, bring her in. It's like, she got no subpoena. She doesn't have to be here. So, yeah. Okay.
Officially takes Dan Markel back to court, filing her motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement. So she's alleging he violated it, and she's asking to hold him in contempt of court, alleging that he's not paid the agreed upon fees that he was supposed to pay by a certain deadline. Wendy backs out of the contract that she had signed to buy a house in Tallahassee on Halloween 2013. Charlie later brags to the defendant that he talked Wendy out of buying the house, and the defendant calls him a miracle worker for having convinced Wendy not to buy the house in Tallahassee. Also, Charlie meets up with Catherine Magbanua on Lincoln Road on Halloween 2013, the same day Wendy pulled the plug on the house, and broaches the subject with her for the first time of, hey, do you know anybody that I could hire to harm someone? And she did. Charlie sends this picture of himself and Catherine Magbanua together to Wendy that night, October 31st, 2013. First night, he solicited Catherine Magbanua to be a part of a murder, or part of what would become a murder. Mid-November, Jeff Lacoste meets the defendant for the first time. Remember Jeff? He was Wendy's boyfriend that testified. He said he would meet her 6 to 7 other times in addition to that first time during the course of his relationship with Wendy. Sometimes just in passing, picking Wendy up for a date. Other times more substantially, including taking the boys to the circus. And that becomes maybe important later. Meanwhile, the fighting continues into December. We're in December of 2013 by now. On December 16th, Dan Markel emails Wendy and the parenting coordinator that was assigned to help them try to navigate these issues about the defendant, Donna Adelson, disparaging him to his kids. In this email, he introduces what he calls a major issue. The headline on this concern is not buried, guys. Like he says, I'm introducing a major issue. He very plainly gives a preview of the grandma motion, which will ultimately be filed in March of the next year. And here he says that on November 8th, one of the boys announced at a Markel family dinner that grandma, referring to this defendant, says you're stupid. Grandma says you're stupid. Then the following Monday, on November 11th, when Dan Markel was buckling the boys in at the park, they both tell him that grandma says you're stupid. When asked why, they say because you're trying to take her sunshines away from her. When asked who are her sunshines, the boys answer they are her sunshines. Then again on November 30th, while playing with the older child, that child repeated the statements to Dan Markel, grandma says you're stupid. And again, when asked why, the child repeated that the defendant said that Dan Markel was stupid because he's trying to take grandma's sunshines away from her. Markel implores Wendy to address the situation, as he would like to avoid a hearing in which his kids are going to be primary witnesses against their grandmother. He assures her that he will, though, if necessary, seek judicial relief that prevents contact between the children and their grandmother. This lawyer that testified said, oh, that wasn't going to work. Well, he didn't think so. Oh, well, that's no big deal. I've seen much worse than that in my career. Well, yeah, Dan Markel hadn't seen much worse than that. Dan Markel had a big problem with grandma saying he was stupid, and he wanted to take it up and address it with the judge if necessary.
And don't do this. I mean, you know, for kids in a divorce, one of the causes of potential divorce, or, you know, one of the causes of potential, like psychological damage to to the kids is their parents and, other family members sniping at each other and treating each other shittily. So, yep. Hello and welcome. Good to see y'all. All right.
Dan Markel emphasizes that this is a matter he takes very seriously and says that the defendant's actions could lead to the termination of Wendy's parental rights. Is that true or not? Doesn't matter. He thought it was true. He threatened it. And those are fighting words. Going to terminate your parental rights. Wendy forwards the email to the defendant the next day, December 17th. And what's the response? Wow. That's a response we see from the defendant quite a bit. She's usually more verbose. That's true. But why is the defense working so hard to say that their client didn't see this email and didn't know about these allegations? I mean, isn't it clear that Wendy is sharing all the issues relating to her divorce with her mother? Wendy communicated with her mother on all these filings, and this one pertained directly to her mother. Of course they discussed it. Are you really to conclude that nobody was fighting anymore prior to Dan Markel's murder when the evidence leads you to conclude the exact opposite? This was a pressure cooker, and it was being turned up hotter and hotter with each passing day. Not only is this a situation that's escalating between the actual parties to the litigation, but now the defendant has moved from working behind the scenes, helping Wendy with the divorce, to actually being the subject of the pleadings that are before the court. There was supposed to be a hearing on that issue.
Now, keep in mind, I don't think they would have terminated Wendy's parental rights, right? I also don't think that they would have, but what they might have done is they might have limited grandma's visits. And what can happen is you can get situations where, like, grandma gets to visit with the kids only when they are able to be supervised. And that can be a big deal. So, yeah. If grandma can only see them with supervision, supervision sucks, right? Supervision really, really does suck because, you can't really have like an organic meeting with the kids when you've got some third party sitting there taking notes, right? So, yeah.
One thing Dan Markel wrote in this email is, quote, "I fear that the children's best interests are not being pursued so much as what grandma wants." If he only knew how legitimate that fear really was.
Oh, and if people are not aware of who I am, I'm a Canadian criminal defense and firearms lawyer. I watch trials when they amuse me, and this one amused the heck out of me. So, yeah.
Those weren't just some ugly, foul words thrown around in the heat of the moment, folks. They continued well past the finalization of the divorce. Here on January 10th, 2014, so now we're into the year where Dan Markel is killed. 6 months after the divorce is final, defendant says of Dan Markel, "Wow, is he on drugs? Is he also going to pay $70K plus the legal fees and interest that bastard owes you?" So the bad blood is going strong here 6 months before the murder.
Let's just look here. He says, "How much were the shoes? I can pay you back for 2/3, or how much were the shoes? I can pay you back for 2/3 of them." They're asking for 2/3 repayment. He doesn't owe her $70,000 plus legal fees. That's money she decided to spend, right? So, yeah. Frenchie, I will tell him he has to do it, but I suspect he's already ahead of the game on that.
Of Dan Markel, "Wow, is he on drugs? Is he also going to pay $70K plus the legal fees and interest that bastard owes you?" So the bad blood is going strong here 6 months before the murder. And the divorce wasn't really final anyway, in the sense that we're continuing to have pleadings get filed back and forth. In February of 2014, Dan Markel emails Wendy threatening to file motions, exposing her for what he said was hiding assets, $200,000 worth of assets from the court, and giving false testimony under oath. And also to accuse her attorney of misconduct. Her lawyer witnesses say none of that's a big deal, none of that was going to be successful, but he thought it was going to be successful. To him, it's a lot of money. To him, it's a big deal.
Also note, they can't call his lawyer to say whether or not, they thought it was going to be successful. So, yeah.
The next day, on February 15th, 2014, we see a text from the defendant to Charlie. Wendy's totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one. She will probably have to go through another depot. Outrageous. Rob Adelson testified that his mother told him they were, quote, depoting Wendy to death. But then their expert witness got up there and said Wendy was never deposed. I guess they didn't provide her with that information or any of these emails or text messages post July 31st, because this thing was not over on July 31st. In this text, defendant accuses Dan Markel of stalking Wendy, and Charlie agrees. The defendant tells Charlie to keep the conversation with Wendy light and don't bring up the divorce drama, which kind of implies there was divorce drama going on. There's a sense in this email and elsewhere in the evidence that defendant and Charlie have to tiptoe around Wendy, like she's this damsel in distress that needs the two of them to step in and help her handle her business. On February 17th, 2024, defendant again reports to Charlie how Wendy's hearing went and talks about how there are plans to seek to have Dan Markel forced to submit to psychological testing.
What?
Here, defendant is 7 months after the divorce and just 5 months before the murder, responding to Dan Markel's filing a request to produce. And she says, it's time to give it to him. Let's aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you. And what can your attorney do to be proactive to give him some grief? Can't you meet with her and work out a plan of attack? Something has to be done with this asshole. This is 5 months before the murder. Here, defendant texts Charlie about Wendy yet again. If you speak to Wendy today, tread lightly. Don't ask questions about the depot, her lawyer, etc. Tough time, and she's really stressed out. The asshole showed up at soccer yesterday, and she goes into a story about,
So here's the thing. The reason why they can't call his lawyer is that, yes, there is privilege. Privilege survives death. So, like, let's say I have a client and, he tells me all sorts of other whatever, right? He tells me all sorts of things. And then he dies, right? However clients die. These days, the most popular way clients die is fentanyl overdose, but, murders up there, all sorts of things. So, client dies. I still don't get to talk about the client's business, right? I still don't get to, actually, explain things. His lawyers testified in an earlier trial. Well, interesting. So I don't know what he could testify to and what he couldn't, because privilege is still a potential issue. So, yeah.
showed up at soccer and they got into it. And then she ends with such a fucker.
Yeah, this is the other
Super
thing.
amicable. Then we have this text on March 4th.
No.
Switching gears. This is about the birthday gift. Defendant texts Charlie that she's going to call him from the bathroom in Gainesville where she can have some privacy. Please pick up because I will have very limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it. Then the defendant says, we'll speak privately about Dad's birthday gift. So erase after reading. You might think, well, maybe she was just trying to keep the birthday gift a surprise. But why does Charlie need to erase it? Harvey's not with Charlie. Harvey's with Donna. And according to Rob, there were no birthday gifts for Harvey unless the murder was supposed to be the birthday gift. Plus, in the text, Donna wants Charlie to delete after reading the text that doesn't mention the birthday. She doesn't say anything about deleting the one that does mention the birthday. Rob Adelson was present at the birthday party, which did take place between the two trips that the hitmen took to Tallahassee. And there were no birthday gifts, according to him. The defense suggests that the friends coming to the party was part of the surprise, but then they also suggest that Harvey sent the Evite, so I don't think they can have it both ways. You can't send the invitations and be surprised by the friends.
Maybe maybe next year for my birthday, maybe I should have a meetup. That just feels like maybe it should be a thing. Just do a birthday meetup and like find a bar, do a meetup in person, and then have like maybe have a live stream going for that too, so that people could hang out. So that might be a cool idea. Cloud Foe says, on August 21st, I had a major heart attack called the Widowmaker. In 8 hours, I get to go back to have 2 more stints put in. Feeling 100%, all things head in the right direction. I am so glad you're still with us, Cloud, because that's rough. So, yeah.
The next week, Jeff Lacoste, Wendy Adelson, Catherine Magbanua, and Charlie Adelson all go out to dinner. That's the first meeting between Wendy and Jeff and Catherine Magbanua.
I'm thinking I'll do one in Edmonton
Magbanua
sometime
mentions her
soon.
ex having several run-ins with law enforcement. That stuck out to Mr. Lacoste. After dinner in the hot tub, Charlie bragged about having connections to people on the wrong side of the tracks. Notable in the same time frame, March 21st, 2014, the defendant signs a lease on a condo in South Beach, a condo where Wendy, after Dan's killed, would move in with her kids. They say, oh, that was a weekend place, so it's pretty convenient timing. You just happen to get this other house and have it set up for Wendy to move into after her ex-husband's murdered, and she's able to relive.
This, I thought, was... I thought this was a really good point that she makes really poorly. I actually was like, you're flubbing an excellent point. So,
Charlie bragged about having connections to people on the wrong side of the tracks. Notable in the same time frame, March 21st, 2014, the defendant signs a lease on a condo in South Beach, a condo where Wendy, after Dan's killed, would move in with her kids. They say, oh, that was a weekend place, so it's pretty convenient timing. You just happen to get this other house and have it set up for Wendy to move into after her ex-husband's murdered, and she's able to relocate.
She delivers this really kind of quietly and trailing off into the into nothing. And I'm like, you set up a condo for her to move back out of town. When he gets killed, before he gets killed, like that's a huge thing. Drop that, right? Yeah.
3/26/14. This is when Dan Markel officially files the grandma motion, which takes aim at the defendant, raising more allegations about failure to comply with the Skype thing, Wendy leaving the boys with her parent rather than giving him the right of first refusal. And he says, by flouting the right of first refusal, the former wife creates conditions for Mr. Markel to be disparaged in the presence of the children by their maternal grandmother. Dan Markel then alleges all the same allegations about the defendant disparaging him to the kids that he outlined in that previous email in December. Contrary to what the defense said in court, in his prayer for relief, the remedy Markel was seeking was to have the court order this defendant to have no contact with those boys unless she was supervised, because he didn't want her disparaging him to the boys, and because it was a violation of the right of first refusal, in his opinion, for Wendy to leave the boys all the time with her mom and not give him a chance to have them if Wendy wasn't going to keep them. How do you think Donna took this information? She refers to those kids as hers. She was the one sacrificing her time at the office to be up here in Tallahassee doing for those boys. She had invested so much of her own time in this fight against Dan Markel to try to get a win for the family. And after all that investment in those kids and all the money spent on the attorneys and all that time spent at the kitchen table working on those divorce filings, Donna Adelson was losing. The boys and Wendy were stuck in Tallahassee. Wendy wasn't working at the law firm in South Florida, raking in.
Here's the problem she's got. She's got to get through all of this because it is the story. And it is like but this part is starting to drag. And she's stuck with it. She's got to get through it. She's got to do it. But it is kind of a drag in the whole
A bunch of money
narrative.
and dating some new guy that she pre-screened for her. And Grandma Sunshine's working in South Florida.
Get back to the murdering.
That's where they belonged. That's what was best for them. They had lost in court. Wendy wouldn't comply with Donna's plan of action.
Yeah, there's
And Dan
so
Markel
much.
apparently wouldn't take a bribe or be strong-armed to allow his kids to come to South Florida. But as it turns out,
Here's the thing. She won, and it is a good close, right? It is a good close. I kind of suspect that she could have won even if her close was just to get up and like make fart noises with her armpit and then sit down, right? Like if she got up and was like, thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and then sat down, I feel like she still would have won this. Maybe the deliberations you would have added on another half hour or something, but you know, that's about all you'd have.
River still had not beaten the Adelson family because there was still another option, the option of hiring the hitman. Charlie joked about hiring a hitman, but he had also been actively pursuing that option at least since Halloween of 2013. Over the last several months, Charlie had several conversations with Catherine McBanoa about this job, which started as a request to harm and then eventually revealed itself as a murder for hire. Recall that McBanoa said that often when she and Charlie would discuss the murder and the pressing need to get it done, he would emphasize to her that the toll that Wendy's situation was taking on his parents emotionally and physically as they were stressed to the point of being physically ill. So he would often tell her that's the motive. That's why we need to get this done. It's stressing out my mom. On May 16th, 2014, 2 months before the murder, Wendy was added as a resident to that condo in South Florida. On May 30th, 2014, Donna sends Charlie the text, quote, "Horrible morning with Danny. Tough conversation with her." This text was sent less than 2 months before the murder. The drama.
I think what's convinced the jury is the way she's managed to elicit the facts from the witnesses. I very much suspect that the jurors were all walking into that jury room very much ready to convict. And yeah.
Is continuing. Everyone's still fighting. It's contentious. Prior to the June trip, Charlie had prepared an envelope containing the murder instructions. He told Catherine McBanoa that he used gloves when handling the paperwork inside, that he printed it not on any printer that can be connected to him, and that she was not to touch the contents of what was inside. She was to deliver the envelope to Sigfredo Garcia. She followed these instructions. In early June, she came back to Charlie asking for travel expenses for the hitmen. She got a couple $100 to give them to rent a car to come up here. They came, well, let's back up just a little bit. They rented a car June 2nd, 2014. McBanoa drops Garcia off at the rental car place, and then McBanoa calls Charlie on the way home from the rental car place. And you saw the evidence of this in Sergeant Corbett's presentation. Charlie immediately calls Donna on the landline after hanging up with McBanoa. How do we know that he talked to his mother and not his dad, since it was the landline? Well,
the other good thing she's got here is that she's really in a position to stand up. Remember how in his closing, Hank Brennan got to like, well, we don't know how it happened. We just know it must have happened somehow. It just did, right? That was Brennan in his close. Her close is not, we don't know how it happened. It had to happen. Like, it just did. Hers is like, let us tell you exactly how it happened, down to like every single time a person itched. And so, like, you know, she gets to be like, and then Charlie Adelson got up that morning and he tied his shoes with a left-handed knot. And, you know, like, she's got it so down. And so she gets to be in the position of standing up to the jury and saying, like, we know exactly every single time somebody wiggled their eyebrows, like, suggestively at another person and was like, blink, blink, want to murder? Blink, blink. Yeah, I don't think that's exactly how people waggle their eyes suggestively at each other, but yeah.
because a few minutes after that call, he talks to dad on his cell. So probably didn't talk to dad on the landline, and then a few minutes later talked to him on the cell. Garcia and Rivera traveled to Tallahassee. This is June 4th, 2014. Rivera notes that Garcia is in possession of a piece of paper. The paper has a photo on it and some information. This information allowed them to locate and follow.
I like this comment so much, I'm going to steal it and post it on Twitter. And I will give some credit because, that is awesome. So what is it? Full-throated motion. Just posting this to Twitter because it's got to go to Twitter. Would be what? All right, there we go. That had to happen because yeah.
Dan Markel's vehicle, a black Honda Accord with the tag number 534YBM. Information that the defendant had written in her 2014 planner. Wendy and Jeff Lacoste have their coffee date, at which she cancels their planned trip to California on July 11th through the 17th. She offers no real explanation for why she's canceling, except to say that she's real worried about being able to pick up the boys on the 18th. The 18th, of course, ends up being the day that Dan Markel was killed. Later that night, Jeff Lacoste goes to Wendy's, and she's a nervous wreck. She won't tell him what's wrong, but her stomach's upset, and he goes and gets her Pepto-Bismol. The killers are in town when that happens. The hitmen spend a day and a half following Dan Markel around Tallahassee. Here they are near the park there by his residence. They scope out his residence, and although Rivera had already purchased the murder weapon, a revolver that he got on the streets for the express purpose of killing Dan Markel, they lost him, or he was with the kids, or for whatever reason they did not get the job completed on the June trip. After the hitmen failed to get the job done, Charlie tells Donna on June 7th of 2014 that he's still working on Dad's birthday present, and she says, "I know you'll come through." Sometime around June 11th, Jeff Lacoste went over to Wendy's residence and observed her living room TV to have some impact damage. This was the same TV that Charlie got Wendy as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman. The location and damage to—
I mean, turns out that it's the TV is hiring an alibi, so yep.
the set did not appear consistent with something the kids could have caused, at least to Jeff. Note that this is over a month before the murder that Jeff observes this damage, so it was hung out there for a while. June 13th, the defendant has a note in her calendar to consider canceling Harvey's birthday party if that's what he wants to do. Now, this is between the June and July trips, that there's a note to herself to talk to Harvey about whether or not he wants to cancel the party. Rob Adelson testified that there was no illness or anything going on in the family that he knew of that would potentially result in the canceling of Dad's party. This note may be contemplating that if the murder had happened on the June trip, that Harvey might decide it's not appropriate to go through with the party and we need to cancel these invitations. Wendy took a photo with Catherine Magbanua on the beach 2 days after that note to self in the planner. Here she is in front of the South Beach condo, pictured with Catherine Magbanua. That photo was taken June 15th of 2014. Wendy sends Rob a text with a picture of her and Jeff Lacoste. This is June 28th of 2014. She includes a request to her brother Rob not to tell her parents about her relationship with Jeff. This suggestion of a secret boyfriend later prompted Rob to suggest Jeff as a potential suspect to the FBI, a secret boyfriend. This was also a little odd that she sent this because Wendy never talked to Rob about her boyfriends, and also because Jeff had already met her parents several times. June 30th of 2014.
And so the problem with using code is that they're going to figure out your code because everybody uses, I should hide that comment. That comment's been up there for a while. The problem with using code is that everybody uses stupid code and it becomes super obvious. Code dumb, encryption smart. But the other thing is that when you start using code, then everything looks like code. So, yeah.
The defendant comes and gets Wendy and the boys from Tallahassee to take them down to Miami. Remember how she doesn't let Wendy drive with the boys to Miami. She rents a car and comes here and picks them up and drives them to Miami herself. And I think Harvey comes with her. Wendy was to be in South Florida for 2 weeks. In the time between the June and the July trip, Charlie begins to put more pressure on Catherine Magbanua to get the murder done. On several occasions when he and Magbanua were discussing the murder, Charlie would step out of the room to call his mother and then return and advise her that the murder needed to get done as soon as possible. Because his parents were so stressed and worried about Wendy's situation. Charlie painted Dan Markel as an awful person to Catherine McBanois. He was making Wendy's life hell. He was stressing out her parents. Katie knew somebody who could get this thing done, and he wanted it done. McBanois understood that the murder was needed urgently to relieve the stress on Charlie's mother. July 1st, 2014, we have a single call from Garcia to Harvey Adelson. This call did not connect, appears like it went to voicemail, and we would later learn from McBanois that this was after an incident in which her two love interests, Charlie Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia, had a little bit of a run-in. Garcia was angry and jealous about McBanois dating Charlie and tried to confront Charlie. After this attempted confrontation, it's believed that Garcia was trying to call Charlie, but ended up getting Harvey. And that was that one hang-up call, but it ended up being important because it showed up on the tower dump, Garcia's number, and then when we cross-referenced it with all the Adelson numbers, that was the first match that gave us Sigfredo Garcia's name. We would later learn that the real connection between the Adelsons and the killers was Catherine McBanois and her relationship with Charlie Adelson. The text messages found in Charlie's iCloud corroborate what McBanois says about the interactions and the call made the day before. So here she's saying, basically, Garcia's being ridiculous and childish. Harvey's birthday Evite goes out on July 3rd of 2014. The Evite addresses the boys by the last name Adelson. Their name was Markel. This is 2 weeks before the murder of Dan Markel. Even though
that one feels a little petty.
Donna, and the party was for Harvey, the defense has suggested that it was Harvey and not Donna that sent the Evites. The evidence showed otherwise, and Corbett told you there was some follow-up from Donna with the Evite people. She sent that email. A text is sent from Wendy's phone to Dan Markel on July 6th of 2014.
Donna's got to be having some feelings at this point. Because it's got to be real hard to sit there and listen to this and realize I am so fucked, right? Like, just, and I mean, I'd feel bad for her, except for, oh, right, the murders. You lose a lot of sympathy when you do murders. Because the murdering really reduces the degree to which I feel bad for your pouty face. So, yeah.
At the time this text was sent, the phone was present at the South Beach condo where the defendant lived. Dan Markel confirms, yes, I'm going to be in town to get murdered. Not specifically, but he's asked.
Yes, I'm going to be in town to get murdered. She's like, not specifically. I'm like, oh man. She just did a runkleism. She is my people. Love it. That is awesome.
Are you going to be in town July 14th or the 18th? Those are the dates the killers were here. And this, despite the fact that the schedule for that week had already been decided way before this text. And Wendy was already scheduled to have the boys on that Wednesday, which is what she's asking about. She doesn't ask about the whole week that he's got the kids. She only asks about the 14th through the 18th. And I think the killers ended up going to Tallahassee on the 15th through the 18th. Obviously, Dan Markel was killed on the 18th. July 11th, 2014, the defendant comes back to Tallahassee to bring Wendy and the boys home. Okay, so bringing her home from the Harvey birthday party. That same day, both Harvey Adelson and the defendant separately, 8 minutes apart, email Wendy Adelson about her TV repair appointment that's going to happen on the day of the murder. July 13th, Wendy and Lacasse meet at Wendy's house, and she's an emotional wreck again for no apparent reason. Lacasse impeached her regarding some statements that she made during a discussion of their relationship that evening in the context of, you got to get past this moving to Miami thing. I mean, you're not going to be able to move to Miami. And she says, yeah, it's not an issue unless something happens to Dan. And she says, can I tell you something in confidence? And she makes the chilling statement at that time that her brother, besides joking about hiring a hitman because it was buying a TV because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman, he also, in fact, had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel. This conversation occurred just 5 days before the murder. July 15th, the Prius is rented. July 16th, Rivera and Garcia traveled to Tallahassee. July 17th, Rivera and Garcia followed Dan Markel around Tallahassee. July 18th, murder day. You guys okay?
Murder Day is not a recognized holiday celebrated by by most people. So yeah, just just as an FYI.
Okay, anybody need a break? Okay. July 18th, 8:11 a.m., the defendant texts Wendy about the TV repair appointment. The TV repair appointment was planned for between 8 a.m. and noon that day. And she says, they are on their way over now to help you with the TV sets in your living room. In case she didn't know which TV set it was. This is the TV that Charlie bought as a divorce present because it's cheaper than hiring a hitman. Could it be a coincidence that this TV is also the alibi for Wendy on the day of the murder?
Here's the thing that I find really interesting on this one is that I really kind of think that how do I put this? I bet these people thought that they were really clever, right? And I bet they thought that they were really so they're starting to put like kind of in jokes into their stuff. And that is I'm like, you're not that clever. You are actually like yeah. Don't do this. Like, if there was room in the sentencing, I would just be like, you thought this was funny. You thought you were being oh so clever, and nope. Yeah, they were at least half clever. They at least tried to cover their tracks. More than can be said for most criminals. 6 out of 10 for effort. Good try. The thing is I actually think Donna Adelson, I think Donna Adelson could have walked if she hadn't tried so hard to cover her tracks. I think if Donna Adelson had not done some of the shit she'd done, she would have walked. So, yeah.
While he's being murdered by a hitman.
I'll talk about that later.
And then, as we know, the defendant later uses TV as code when she's speaking on those wiretap calls. 8:20 a.m., Wendy texts Charlie, "This is so sweet." We don't know what it means, but she's texted him that, and then she deleted it sometime between the time it was sent, 8:20 a.m., and the time that her phone was cell-brighted or downloaded at the police station later that day. 9:04 a.m., Dan Markel leaves a voicemail for Wendy telling her he's headed to the gym and wants to know if it's okay for him to pick up the boys early and take them swimming that afternoon. Wendy says no, he cannot take the boys swimming after school that day. Meanwhile, what's going on across town? The Prius is following Dan Markel into the gym parking lot. There it is at 9:16 a.m. 9:19 a.m. to 9:37 a.m., Charlie and Wendy talk for 18 minutes. Wendy and Dan argue back and forth a bit about him wanting to take the boys swimming, but after getting off the phone with Charlie, Wendy concedes the argument with Dan and says, okay, you can pick them up and bring them back to me when you're done swimming. But of course, the swimming plan didn't happen because Dan Markel was killed. 10:38 a.m., the Prius follows Mr. Markel out of the gym parking lot. 10:45 a.m., Mr. Markel is shot twice in the head, in his vehicle, in his garage. 10:51, the Prius is captured, fleeing the scene on a city bus camera. 11:01, Mr. Geiger calls 911. 11:15, law enforcement arrives at the scene and sets up a perimeter. Dan Markel is rushed to the hospital. He's treated, but the damage is catastrophic. It's not survivable. And he passes away about 14 hours later. 12:30, the hitmen, now headed back south, turn their phones on. They had turned them off for the homicide. They turn them back on. The first phone call that either one of them makes is Sigfredo Garcia to Catherine Magdanoa. They want their money. Where's McBanowa getting the money? From Charlie. 12:45. So while the killers are calling McBanowa and heading south, Wendy goes out of her way to visit the crime scene, encounters a roadblock and crime scene tape. Per the officer at the roadblock, she would have been able to clearly see the police activity at her former residence. The residence where her children currently lived half the time and where they woke up that morning. Yet she abruptly turns around and leaves. She does not make contact with the officer to ask what's going on. She does not call the police to inquire. She does not call Dan Markel to say, are you okay? There's a bunch of cops at the house. She does not call the daycare to make sure her children arrive that morning and are okay. Instead, she proceeds to the ABC Liquors, purchases her bullet bourbon at 12:49. She's later approached by law enforcement at lunch and gives a law enforcement interview in which she says, my parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else. This echoes Rob Adelson's testimony that his mother hated Dan Markel at the time of his murder. And even from the periphery, it was known to Ryan Fitzpatrick as Charlie's friend that his mother did not like Dan Markel. In her law enforcement interview, Wendy suggests her mother is someone who was very angry at Dan Markel. She suggests Charlie when asked if someone might do this on her behalf. She calls her mom, and the defense has put that call into evidence. 7:04 p.m., she tells her mom that there's been a shooting, and afterwards, Wendy expresses relief that they sounded surprised. 8:59, defendant arrives at Charlie's with the murder money. How do we know she went there and that they aren't just old people that drive really slow? Well, there's a text message outside your house. I guess we're going to find out what that means, but I guess it's not going to be outside your house. And he says 10 men. Guess we're going to find out what that means, but apparently it doesn't mean I'll be there in 10 minutes and meet you there and get the money. About 10 o'clock, Catherine McBanowa joins Charlie at the house. Here they are making plans for that meeting. Next slide, please. Charlie answers the door with a gun in his hand. He's extremely amped up. He tells McBanowa, my parents just left. They both end up taking Xanax and sleeping over there for the night. The next morning, July 19th, 2014. So this is early morning hours, 1:25 a.m. I think we need the next slide. Yeah, 1:25 a.m. Donna and Harvey arrive at their Orlando hotel. In the morning, Charlie puts the money in Catherine McBanowa's trunk. She's seen at 9:33 a.m. approximately heading south toward Rivera's house, where she's going to meet up ultimately with Rivera and Garcia and give them the money. Garcia takes the money out of the trunk where Charlie Adelson put it and divides it up between the three of them. McBanowa says she did not count her cut, but we know she put some of it in the bank, creating the largest monthly cash spike of any of the records we examined for her bank. This cash spike also...
She suddenly had $12. So, yeah. I don't think that's, yeah.
Occurs at a time when McBanowa was not employed. Rivera says his understanding was the job paid $100,000 total to be split between the three, and that the cut that he received was roughly a third of that at $35,000. We don't know the amount of Garcia's cut, but we know he got at least enough to buy a car and a motorcycle. All right, so July 20th, the defendant and Harvey Adelson take Wendy and the boys back to South Florida, 2 days after, not even 48 hours after Dan Markel is shot. They're gone. Relocation granted. On the way, Wendy receives a call from Detective Isom. She tells him the call's breaking up, and she hangs up, afterwards referring him to her lawyer. Catherine McBanowa that day, or thereabouts, opens her Ziploc bag of money and finds her cut to be $100 bills stapled together in $1,000 stacks. How we know Charlie keeps his money. She also notes that her cut is damp and moldy. She mentions this to Charlie, and he tells her that his mother washed the money. Not like laundered, like washed.
I like how she washed it to make it moldy and stinky. And the thing is like, you are doing crime. Why are you making your money distinctive? I don't get it at all, but okay.
Rob Adelson gets a call from Donna Adelson advising him not to talk to the FBI. What? Rob Adelson gets a call from this defendant advising him not to talk to the FBI, just in case they call. He says, well, I already did. She says, well, you don't know anything anyway, and hangs up.
That's pretty damaging.
July 24th, 2014, Dan Markel was laid to rest in Canada. His children were not in attendance. August of 2014, the defendant registers the older child for flag football under the last name Adelson. His name is Markel. This is 1 month after their father was killed, and already he's being erased from their lives. Within 1 year, their names would be legally changed to Adelson. Nine 12 of 14. The defendant refers to the younger child by the last name Adelson. 9/17 of 14. The first check is written to Catherine Magbanua, signed by this defendant. This is the murder money. Even though Charlie has signing authority on this account, he could write these checks. He chooses to connect his elderly mother to a murder payment. If she wasn't involved, there is no reason in the world why she would write these checks. The defense said in opening that Charlie told Donna to write the checks because it was his business. But half of these checks were written after the business was sold back to Harvey on October 2nd, 2015. Regardless of who owned the business.
Members of the jury, you are relying on your memory of the evidence in this case. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. And regardless of who owned the business at the time, all the Adelsons had an interest in the Adelson Institute. All three of them had signing authority on that checkbook. But the defendant is the one that wrote that check. September 17, 2014, and the 43 checks that followed. Is that consistent with what we've heard? That she would just write the checks and not ask any questions? We've heard that she is assertive. She's controlling. She's a details person. She ran that business and those people's lives. She ran a tight ship. We've seen her weekly planners where she plans out every detail of her own life, making meticulous notes. She kept detailed information about Dan Markel and lots of other things. Rob Adelson testified that she's not the type of person who's just going to do something someone tells her to do. She's going to be asking questions. And we heard that Charlie testified that he told his mother about extortion. He says he was being extorted, right? All right, let's fast forward to October of 2015. Charlie's had a couple girlfriends since the murder and is now dating June Mchinda. Remember her? June, one of Charlie's girlfriends that testified, she said they were enjoying a fairy tale relationship in October of 15. During her relationship with Charlie, June observes that Charlie packages his money in an unusual way. $100 bills stapled into $1,000 stacks. June also observes the defendant to be in control of the family and super involved with the grandchildren. However, she found it odd that nobody in the family seemed curious about who killed Dan Markel.
Whoa.
Nor did they seem upset about the murder. Rob Adelson also noted a complete lack of curiosity on the part of his mother about this murder in the family.
Yeah, the judge is very good
what
with that.
the defendant thought happened to Danny. She said, quote, "I don't know and I don't care. It doesn't concern me." As someone who liked details and who always stayed on top of everything, her total lack of interest in who killed her former son-in-law, her grandchildren's father, is totally out of character. From July of 14 to April.
I mean, you can hate the shit out of somebody without murdering them, right? Like, there's people. How do I put this? There's people I know who, if they died, I would attend their funeral with approval and to make sure that they were actually dead, right? But that doesn't mean that doesn't mean that I've actually murdered them, right? That's not how that goes.
Of 16, Donna Adelson got everything she wanted. Wendy and the kids were in South Florida where she could drop them off and pick them up, manage their schoolwork, their
hey, now, if he dies, I wish him a very, a very fitting memorial with like a marble headstone in the shape of a chair with a hole in it.
Their piano lessons, and have her sunshines with her every day. All the while, she's steady paying for the murder of their father. Everyone is living their best life, thinking they've gotten away with murder until the bump. Everything changed on April 19th, 2016, when the bump occurred. The undercover approaches Donna and hands her a piece of paper. The most human reaction in the world is to look at the paper. Uh-oh. I think we got one more. There we go. The defense told you in opening that this defendant is a normal person just like you and me. There is nothing normal about the way she conducts herself in the minutes, hours, and days after the undercover approaches her with that paper. The bump and the wire were designed to expose the co-conspirators and their roles in this conspiracy, and it did. Here, we're just 10 minutes later. There's only one thing a normal person would do if approached on the street by a stranger who appears to be threatening harm to them in some way. A normal, or maybe I should say an innocent person would, 1, look at the paper. She didn't do that. 2, get to safety. Get help, contact law enforcement or your husband or somebody that's going to come help you. Get somewhere safe. What you would not do is lead the bad guy right to the grandchildren. The last thing a normal, innocent person would do is go get her little grandchildren and walk right back down the same block with them where this stranger just approached her. But that is exactly what she does. Then she gets on the phone with Charlie and says absolutely nothing about Dan Markell.
100%. I hope you guys can't hear me chewing.
What she does say on the wire, which by the way is direct evidence. I know y'all like that. Some direct evidence. When Charlie asked Donna on State's 99 call A,
she thinks she's so clever here, right?
does it involve me or other people? Well, probably both of us. That is direct evidence. If anyone in that jury room wants to acquit her, make them tell you how that is not a confession. In call B, Charlie calls back because he can't stand it. And he asks his mother, will you send me a picture of the bump flyer?
Let me do this. You want to take a picture of the letter and send people to you?
No, I don't want to do that. Well, why not? Why not? Normal, nice little old lady who knows nothing about this murder and has nothing to do with it. If Charlie's the one making you write the checks and Charlie's the one that knows something about it, send him a picture of it. He's asking for it. She doesn't want to do that. Why not? Call C, Charlie calls back to say,
yes, I am.
don't talk about things in the apartment. Oh, obviously.
The funny thing about the don't talk about things in the apartment is that the apartment, I think, was one of the only things they hadn't bugged and one of the only places they couldn't actually listen to them. They could hear their phones, but they couldn't hear the they couldn't hear what they talked about in the apartment. So it's like, talk about it anywhere but the apartment. And I'm like, and somebody listening to that is like, oh, thank God.
Obviously, we can't talk about things in the apartment. What's obvious? Is it obvious to you? This TV was probably about 5. She's the original code talker. This TV, and look what he says. Well, they asked you for $5,000. He decodes it. He's not the one talking in code. He's decoding it and saying what she's He's picking up what she's putting down. There's no TV.
He's picking up what she's putting down, but also she's talking to an idiot who she's like, I'm going to say stuff in code. And he's like, I'm going to repeat it back, not in code, because I have the dumb. Part of why she's in jail is because Charlie is such a numpty. Like, raise your kids better, and by better I mean in this case smarter. And
mentioned by the undercover operative that approached Donna Adelson on the street. A couple big takeaways for you, please. Innocent people do not talk in code. Second big takeaway, TV is code for the murder throughout this case. You got Charlie's joke.
Now, I mean, Mrs. Runkle and I will sometimes talk in code because it's funny. And, you know, the code is usually fairly minimal stuff. Like, we'll make in-jokes and references and so forth because it's funny. And, you know, yeah, she's like, innocent people don't talk in code. I'm like, people make references. People make, you know, whatever. Yeah.
Wendy's chilling statement to Jeff Lacasse, the alibi of the TV. And now here we've got this TV again.
Code is WALK or TREAT.
TV that's the alibi for Wendy. It sat broken for over a month so that a repairman could come out to be her alibi on the morning of the murder. An appointment that her parents set up for her, which was pointless because the TV was smashed and of course could not be repaired. Then she claimed she had an 18-minute phone call with Charlie about the fact that a smashed TV can't be fixed before she got in her car and went to the crime scene, where she did not get out of her car or make any phone calls or make any inquiries about what was going on at the house where her kids lived.
You'll note more of this is aimed at Wendy, right?
Then Donna says that the undercover mentioned an ex-girlfriend.
Yeah.
Whereby, without knowing which ex-girlfriend, Charlie calls not his most recent ex-girlfriend, not the one before that. He only calls one, Catherine Magbanua, because that's the only one he did a murder with. Because he probably did have a general idea what his mother was talking about. When Charlie brings up going to the police, his mother says, that's not a good idea. Why not? Then instead of notifying the police, Charlie and the defendant leave the safety of her very secure building and meet at a marina just 300 yards from where she was approached by the undercover.
So ironically, they leave the place they don't have a bug, the apartment, and they go out to the place where the police were able to videotape them and observe them. I'm like, man, you guys are so good at crime.
They were observed speaking very intensely to each other in low tones. After that meeting, Charlie goes to Dolce Vita. This is the restaurant where he meets up with Catherine Magbanua, and we are able to capture some of that conversation that was had there. In that recording, we hear Charlie make statements that are not only incriminating, but that also are totally inconsistent with the defense that he would later offer at trial. Pause on the wiretap here for a moment just to go to what his defense was and what we've learned about that defense. I told you earlier that he said that Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera acted alone. They just came to Tallahassee and killed Dan Markel, kind of in the hopes that they would get paid. There are several pieces of evidence that Charlie had to explain, and he designed a defense that he thought would do that. First, he had to explain that he's got this close connection between his girlfriend and the hitman. So the obvious defense there is, she heard me griping about Markel and she thought she was doing me a favor, so she did it on her own. Well, the problem with that is normally you're not going to have your extortionist spend the night with you. You're not going to have the woman that has murdered your former brother-in-law spend the night with you. You're not going to inquire about her plans to go to the pool the next morning if she's
All right, so I don't think this is entirely fair. And the reason why I don't think it's entirely fair is that I do believe that Charlie Adelson would seek to bone down with an extortionist or a murderer. I actually think that if somebody had like shot him in the gut, and if they were attractive, and if he thought he had a chance, he'd be like, how about we just bang it out? Not the gun way, the other way. So I do feel that it is in his character to go and try to sleep with an extortionist if he thought they were attractive, right? Like, so yeah.
You know, just murdered your ex-brother-in-law. So to explain these messages.
Yeah, Charlie had a type, and it's looks underage. Yeah.
He testified that he did not believe she was a part of it. She wasn't one of the extortionists. I was extorted by the killers. I had nothing to do with it. No one in my family had anything to do with it. But I thought that my grandma was just a victim of the hitman too. She was a go-between for them. She was protecting him from them. All the money he and his mom were paying her, cash and checks, were going to the hitman, not for the benefit of Catherine McBanois. Even the checks that were being deposited into her bank account, he said he believed she was taking out and giving the money to the killers. It was just funneling through her account so she could get insurance for her kids. So Charlie testified that he had previously mentioned to McBanois the $1 million offer that his family was going to give Dan Markel, and from that she deduced, he's got a bunch of money. So she ran her mouth.
It's been alleged that he's not that picky about looks.
Somehow to figure out who Dan Markel is and where he was and kill him on their own. Per Charlie, it was Katie alone that came to him on the night of the murder and demanded money on behalf of the hitmen, with the threat that if he didn't pay, they would kill him or other members of his family. Since he didn't have that much money, McBanois then negotiated a layaway plan with the hitman for him.
I didn't realize you could negotiate a layaway plan with hitmen. Like buy a murder on installments.
To pay her monthly to go toward this amount of money that the hitmen were demanding. He agreed. He opened up his safe, not at gunpoint or anything, and gave her all the money that was in there. And because she needed to show proof of employment to get insurance, that's why that money was funneling through her account. It was all for the extortionist. The problem for Charlie with that was that he had already agreed to put McBanois on the payroll between the two trips. You see here in June, he hadn't done it yet, but he says, no problem. Okay, so he'd already agreed to do it before she allegedly extorted him. Even though he had signing authority.
No, it didn't come in at the trial, at this trial anyway.
So if he's being extorted, why doesn't he write the checks? It's this extortion theory that we're saying that the defendant adopted when she heard Charlie's.
No, but I could mail you some ammo and you could get more if you break in. Just faster.
Testimony and texted everyone she knew that what he just said on the witness stand was the truth. There's a concept in the law known as adoptive admissions. That's when one party makes a statement and the statement is adopted as the truth by another person. So when Charlie says in those first couple wire calls, if there's a threat, you go to the police, it's of interest that Donna doesn't say, what do you mean if there's a threat? We've been extorted for 2 years. There's been a threat for 2 years. Charlie did tell his best friend, Ryan Fitzpatrick, about the bump. So what I want to...
So let's talk about adoptive admissions. Let's talk about what that can look like. So let's say you've got two guys, two big burly, mob type guys, right? And they go up to a third guy and they're like pressing him for money. And they're like, and the first guy, we'll call him Mr. Pink. Mr. Pink goes, well, Jim over here, you better not piss Jim off because Jim killed Frank. And And Jim goes, mm-hmm. Jim didn't say anything. Jim didn't say, I killed Frank. Jim just said, mm-hmm. And the thing is that mm-hmm can be an adoption of what Mr. Pink just said of Jim killed Frank. And so that could theoretically go in as evidence as an adoptive admission that Jim adopted the admission of Mr. Pink, of what Mr. Pink said, right? So, you know, agreeing with people can cause you trouble there. All right.
Highlight here is the difference between their conduct during this like alleged extortion that was going on for 2 years versus the way they act after the bump, which we know was a ruse, but was supposed to be like a blackmail effort. So Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump. He also tells him about the confrontation with Garcia in the roadway on July 1st, 2014, but he never previously confided in Ryan Fitzpatrick about, even though it's his best friend, about being extorted for 2 years by this girlfriend of his or her associates. Ryan also noted a major change in Charlie's demeanor around the time of the bump. He was displaying a level of stress and anxiety that was not present before the bump.
Usually having a bump will change someone's demeanor. I'm just going to say, like, the number of references to, like, the bump, I was like, I'm just like, I am not thinking murder when I hear the bump. I am thinking somebody nose candying and yeah. So when they're like, after the bump, his demeanor changed, I'm like, that is one of the known effects of the bump is that it will change your demeanor.
Evidencing that his story about being extorted the whole time is false. June Mchinda noticed these changes in Charlie's behavior as well, but she also noted a major change in this defendant's demeanor after the bump. Although she didn't know about the bump, around this time she observed the defendant to be a mess. She had a swollen face, was crying, and said she was on painkillers for stress. On the balcony of the Icon, which I'm not sure this is the right balcony, but some high rise, the defendant told June Mchinda she felt Danny was haunting her from the grave. Why would she make that statement unless she felt guilty about having wronged Dan Markel? So keeping that all in mind.
I mean, you could make statements like that about somebody who you hadn't wronged. You just think that they're enough of an asshole to haunt you.
Let's see if the other evidence in the case makes sense with this Charlie version of events that this defendant has.
It can. So it can be an adoptive admission if the person doesn't say anything or correct the statement. If it's in a situation where a normal person would be expected to repudiate the statement, right? To be, you know, if it's in a situation where an ordinary person would be expected to say, whoa, 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 I didn't do the killing, and they don't say anything, then it might be taken as an adoptive admission. But it's harder to sell in that circumstance.
Adopted. Starting with his statements to Catherine McBanoa at the Dolce Vita restaurant. Charlie says to Catherine McBanoa, if they had evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. Even if they bug your phone, you're still not talking about any of this.
Even if they bug your phone, you're still not talking about any of this as they talk about it. And I like the, if they had evidence, we'd already be on our way to the airport. And then, spoiler, they go to the airport.
Like his mother, Charlie emphasizes that the co-conspirators should not talk about what they know on the phone. The cops would only bug your phone to get information about the murder, right? I mean, why are we not talking on the phone if we had nothing to do with it? Why are we not talking on the phone if we're being extorted and we're the victims here? Why are we not reporting it to the police if we're being extorted and we're the victims here? If the cops are listening, we're not reporting it to the cops because we're afraid they'll come kill us if we do that. Well, talk about it on the phone. If they're listening,
That's not true that Harvey won't have anyone at his funeral. I am sure that the Markels will be there at his funeral. With, you know, not many things to say, but maybe a full bladder.
here and they'll know you're being extorted, but they don't do that because it's bull. Discussion about how he's going to start arming himself. So Charlie says at Dolce Vita, I'm going to start I don't remember his words exactly, but he's going to start carrying a gun and he's prepared to shoot. And he goes through a scenario where, you know, he might have to kill somebody in his driveway and the cops will not ask any questions because he's a dentist. If he's been an extortion victim for 2 years, why is he just now starting to carry a gun? And then he says, if somebody comes up to me asking for money in my house, he's going to shoot them. This is the same guy that's been like too paralyzed by fear over the last 2 years to report his victimization to the police or to anyone. This is a guy of considerable resources that could, I don't know, get some muscle or some help or some something.
Hire a
Not
hitman.
just roll over and open his safe and give all his money to some girl that's not even armed. This is a tough guy that would never tolerate.
By the way, one of the little reported, benefits of dentistry is the ability to like just commit murders if you just feel like it. So,
Somebody coming up to him at his house and asking for money. But he's talking to the woman who supposedly did that exact thing, came into his house and asked him for money. He doesn't mention, well, I gave you the money, but I'm not giving this guy any money. You know, it's like they don't mention this extortion. So you see the problem. But this defendant doesn't see the problem. She says that that's the truth. The truth is out. Thank goodness. The truth is out after we remained silent for so long. Defense does not have to prove anything, but through cross-examination and the witnesses they called, they chose to kind of suggest, you know, maybe Charlie was involved, maybe Wendy was involved. But there's no connection to our client. But Charlie's story was that he and his mom were involved in the sense that they were extorted by Catherine McManus, so they knew who did the killing. They just didn't speak up because they were scared because they were being extorted. Donna Adelson calls Charlie's story the truth when it suits her to support her son and proclaim his innocence during his trial, but now she kind of wants to distance herself from that because it's a ridiculous story. It's not the truth. The truth wasn't out. Don't let her distance herself. She adopted that statement as the truth. She stuck with it.
Please approach.
So now we get to an objection. And one of the things I found that was just like, there was a thing that got mentioned earlier on in the trial that I haven't been able to cover in a recap, but they're talking about this gun that's got to get sold, right? This gun has got to be marketed. And the gun is a Mac 11. And like a Mac 11 is, let's find a Mac 11. Okay. We'll pull this up. This is a Mac 11. And it's a full auto firearm. It has a cyclic rate of like 1,200 rounds per second. It dumps its magazine in like no time flat. This is a very spicy toy. And they have a fully papered Mac 11. A fully papered Mac 11 is not a common thing to find, and it's extremely valuable. So, when I see that they've got a fully papered Mac 11, I'm like, ooh, I've got some envy. I have some envy right now. This was the second objection. Okay. Oh yeah. 1,200 per minute. Right.
I'll take you to the jury room.
Per minute. Right.
Yeah, you better put it right there.
Sorry. It takes about 2 seconds to empty the mag. Yeah. It's a pre-ban Mac 11. How valuable? 10 to 20,000.
You're welcome to be seated. Ms. Fulford, you may argue what you're seeking to raise.
Thank you, Judge. The comments being made in the
Fully papered, as in it's a pre-ban Mac 11, which means that they have documentation to show that it's legal to own in the US. So very expensive. The papers just mean that you can legally sell the thing, and that document that it's a pre-ban, Mac 11. So yeah.
closing argument of the state, and I don't like to interrupt closing, so I apologize for that. There have been several comments that have been made that are burden shifting and commenting on my client's right to remain silent. She's stood before this jury and said that the defense has some other version. She said this in a text, but now they're saying something different. We don't have an obligation to answer any of this. She's insinuating to the jury that we're going to come up there and provide her version of events. She chose not to testify.
Counsel, any argument concerning this?
Mr. Adelson has made adoptive admissions and has suggested other alternative theories that have been developed through cross-examination. I'm entitled to comment on those theories.
Concerning this, Ms. Fulford, as I've heard in the closing argument and the evidence, my recall of it and my notes as well as to what occurred during the trial, there were adoptive admissions as it relates to statements that occurred during Charlie Adelson's trial. While she has not testified, the prosecutor has not made any direct comment on her not testifying in this trial. Also, as well, it is clear she has no burden to prove anything. The state is entitled to argue reasonable inferences from the evidence in the record. We will take a break at this time. If the defendant needs to use the restroom, bailiffs, please take her. If anyone else needs to, please stretch your legs or use the restroom at this point as well. Ms. Kappelman, on my clock, you have 35 minutes remaining.
I am stunned at how long the judge is giving them for closing arguments. The judge is giving them like, okay, you can have closing arguments and you could spend all day on it. So let's go through some super chats while they're on break. And also we are going to, what do you call it? We're also going to, I owe you guys some stories. So let's do that. Lindsay says, stressful day. Happy to see your face. It's been a stressful day for myself. I ordered pizza because it's like, it's a stressful, stressful day. And I'm going to want some food before we stream. So, pizza. And it also turned out to not be the greatest pizza. So, yeah. Icosaplex, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Nick Staros says, if not for the evidence, testimony, and facts of the case, it was a good defense closing. Yeah. We could talk about exactly where I think Donna Adelson absolutely buried herself. Nancy Druby, good to have you back. Thank you. Mary Matilda May, glad you're live tonight. Thank you so much. Glad you're here. Joy W, I'm always interested in your take on things. Plus for the drink. Thank you so much. Brentwood Cheek says hi. Thank you. Tough Cookie says for the drink. Thank you so much. Elf Wiggins says me too. Good stuff. Light Queen, always a good time for a drink. I think I'll have one too. Scorpion says cheers, Ian. Any thoughts on your evidence or on the evidence against Wendy? We don't know for certain, but they've been hinting that they could probably build a case on Wendy and that she might be next. Against the Tide, please like to help Ian reach his pro bono goal. Thank you. Oh, sweet no. That's a great username. Thank you so much. Marielle, do you think mentioning the other defense is prejudicial enough to be an appellate issue? Not if it's not objected to. If it's not objected to, they're stuck with it. June S, I've missed my Runkle fix. Thanks for coming on tonight. Here's for the drink. Thank you so much. Sarah Gould says, wavy hand. Thank you. Mr. Ray Romantico, a real piece of work these Adelsons be. Yep. And cheers to you, buddy. Thanks for your streams. Thank you. Donnie, not Wahlberg, glad you and your family are safe, Ian. Yeah, we'll talk about that. I got some thoughts. Sandy, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. June Sidlauskas, thank you so much. June S there, and we got to roll this. 7-Eleven J Ferris, thank you for the super sticker. I know that you were trying to send something else, but I don't know if that made it through, but I'll try to read it if you've got a thought. Jennifer H for the goal, thank you so much. And I see also J11 J or 7-Eleven J Ferris, thank you so much. Melissa Garcia, do you think she should have testified? Andrea always says she wants her client to testify. Do you think her team should have called Charlie? Charlie's going to be a disaster. Don't call Charlie. I don't think, I think if she wasn't testifying, they're done. I think she had to testify here. Pamela Wissenbach donating in KP's name. KP was saying, I can't donate because I don't have the funds. So that's very sweet of you, Pamela. Thank you. Annabelle Feinstein, trying to find a decent webcam. Suggestions. I need to replace my webcam because it's kind of shit. So I don't know. S says, am I colorblind? These always look green to me. I think they're green. Thanks for streaming. Green, cyan. Fletcher Boy, donating to watch Ian drink. Annabelle Feinstein says, I want pew pew stories. I will give you pew pew stories. Carrie, thank you so much for the little drink emoji there. Jennifer H, thank you. Much appreciated. Joy Schmeier, I may be getting that wrong. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Joy W, because the other Joy wanted to super chat but couldn't. Looks like she managed it. Nancy Druby, good luck on Saturday. Thank you so much. Brad the Mad Scientist, would you rather be represented by Donna's defense team or Lionel Hutz from The Simpsons? Donna's defense team did a better job than Lionel Hutz. And I actually think Donna's defense team could be good if they had something to work with. The problem is that we get really high standards watching these things. And I actually think Donna's defense team did the best job they could with what they were given, with what they had to work with. Because what they had to work with was absolute dog shit, right? And I would love to see these lawyers I'd love to see them arguing a case where they have a better case, right? Where they have more to work with. Because I suspect if you give them more to work with, they're going to do a better job. Just, 100%. Sandy, I need the scoop on this burglary. Glad everyone's okay. I will give you guys the scoop. And Belle Feinstein, this is the story, or this story is at the top of my list. I think that's the burglary story. June S, I wonder how long Donna will be on S Watch. I don't know, but at least until the verdict comes through. Or the sentence. Grace Base says, every time they said conspiracy in this trial, I heard your conspiracy clip in my brain.
Conspiracy.
I miss Duckman. Duckman was a good show. So, yeah. Brentwood Chic for the Runkle rant. Thank you so much. Ohio Palm Mom. Donna was the only one surprised by the verdict. Her money and status couldn't prevent her from facing the consequences of her actions. Yeah. My baffled brain. Donna, you stupid fool. Enjoy your new accommodations. She's going to be staying at a lovely hotel room, which will be precisely like 8 foot by 8 foot. So, yeah. Nick Starro says, I'm still bummed over Katie's purchases not being entered as evidence to be examined. You mean, don't be creepy, dude. Lori Ann, thank you for the Runkle squirrel emoji. Kayla says, my hubby cut his thigh with electric hedge clippers. Luckily, I have butterfly closures. Not too bad. I told him I was going to tell Runkle on him for being careless with the power tool. I mean, accidents happen, but still, don't. The real Jim McIntyre. I've never wished a man dead, but have read some obituaries with great pleasure. Clarence Darrow. By the way, did you catch the eye roll while Dad talked? I did not catch that, but it doesn't surprise me because, yeah. So, yeah. All right. Give me a second here. Okay, so just juggling various things. I've been watching your live streams for a few years now. My partner and I were watching the Australian legal drama Rake. I think I saw some of that. I kept making observations and analyses based on things I've learned from you. Awesome. Ernest Williams says, hey, Runkle, can you mail me your key fob to save us all some effort? I only want your car. Be kind. No. When I say no, I mean no. David Craig, thank you for 20 gifted memberships. So thank you. Gray Space, when I was 16, my ex-girlfriend and I, who were dumb nerds, texted an exclusively Morse code for 2+ weeks. So innocent people do use code sometimes. That is kind of cute, though. Melissa Garcia, if you are Wendy's kids, are you side-eyeing your mom? I'm probably sleeping with a knife under my pillow. Emotional Lemonade, we need your humor and brilliance online, but still adding to the pro bono fund in the hopes that you can find a way to duplicate yourself in the meantime so we can have both. I mean, my hope is that I can do the YouTube stuff full time and take on a limited caseload in order to, in order to do pro bono stuff. Just curious about the shooting match. Is it more of a precision rifle match or a carbine match? Thanks. I'll explain what it's about. Real Jim McIntyre, Donna and Charlie talking in code gives big Yuzma and Kronk energy without the endearing inner monologue. The poison for Cuzco. Cuzco's poison. Real Jim McIntyre, but now Yuzma speaks German and has a mini mustache. Ooh. All right, so I owe you guys 2 tales. The first story is talking about 3-gun. So 3-gun is a shooting competition discipline sport thing that involves using 3 guns. You use a rifle, use a pistol, use a shotgun. The way it works is you've got a set of targets on a particular course. There may be targets that are like targets you can shoot. Most of the targets have restrictions on what you can shoot them with. So it might be these targets are type targets you have to shoot with a rifle. It might be these targets are targets that you can shoot with rifle or shotgun or rifle pistol or pistol shotgun or whatever it is, but some combination. There's various sorts of targets out there. So you have to figure out the order and pattern in which you want to engage them. And so, and it's all done by time plus penalties. And you get penalties for missed shots, for missed targets, for targets you fail to engage, that you fail to shoot at all, and for targets that you, and for if there's a target that's what's called a no-shoot, and you shoot it, then you'll get a penalty for that. So there's other penalties for like if you step outside of a boundary or whatever else. You can get various sorts of procedural penalties. Laura Liani, thank you so much for the PayPal message there, saying thanks, Runkle. Always appreciate any bonus streams. I hope you show chat what Walter looks like. Maybe I got to decide on that one. And I guess I also need to run a run this thing. The shotgun part of 3-gun is won by the person who can reload the fastest, in my experience. Absolutely. And so I can shotgun, a lot of it comes down to loading speed. And so I can do what's called dual loading, which is that you load 2 rounds one after another. Some people can do what's called quad loading. And that is basically that you've got 4 rounds in your hand, and then you load two without having to go back to your belt. And that's really fast. But I haven't managed to master quad loading. I can do dual loading. And so, I haven't yet figured out the guns I'm going to be doing. I've got the gun I want to run for my shotgun, but it's right now not functional. The stock is loose. The stock is wobbly. And so I can't run it until I get the stock tightened. So I got to figure that out. I also have, I haven't figured out the handgun, although I'll probably just run the CZ Shadow 2. And the long gun is a bit of a problem because we're limited. I'm probably going to run an SKS, but I really kind of want to run a Lee Enfield, but the Lee Enfield would be stupid expensive to run because 303 British is costly. You can run all sorts of things. You can run like 22s. You can basically at this point, 3-gun should be dead, but at this point, there's a bunch of stuff with they're basically creating all sorts of clipazine never used to exist. So, but now it's sort of a category, and that's what I'm going to be shooting is clipazine with that. Donna's going to have a great view from her cell. Often they don't have windows anymore. So, coming late. Any news on the arrest of the Queen of Canada? I'm going to be doing a video on that when I can, because yeah, that's a thing. So I also owe you guys a story of the break and enter. And this is kind of a rough story, because so here's how the break and enter story goes down. I have a video doorbell, or I should say I had a video doorbell, and I was in Lac La Biche, and I was teaching classes out there, right? And so I get an alert on my phone that says that there's an event going on at, like, there's a door event. And a door event doesn't mean much. It just means, like, usually what it means. Oh, people are filing back in the courtroom. We're just going to pause that. Usually what that means is that, like, somebody's coming to the door to knock on it, or to, like, you know, ring the doorbell or whatever, right? So I pull up the door event, and it shows this guy. He walks up to the door. He knocks once, right? He bangs once, and then he immediately tries the doorknob. Like, immediately tries the doorknob, and he, like, tries it and pushes, and you can see that he's trying to get in. And then he goes and bangs on the thing, and then the video cuts out. And I'm pretty sure that the reason why the video cuts out is that the doorbell lost power, and it had only uploaded part of the video. So I see this guy, and I can see this guy, and he is clearly Sketchy McSketch. He's got the sort of criminal slouch to him. He's got a neck tattoo. That's not like, you know, that's not a big thing, you know, not a good thing. And he is, I mean, the other thing is that when normal people come up to your, door, they don't try your doorknob, right? They may knock, but they don't try your doorknob. The criminal slouch, what's that? I don't know why, but when you see on videos, a lot of people, a lot of, like, criminals who are engaged in stuff sort of, like, hunch over to do their business, and I don't know why, but that's what he was doing. He also rode his bike, like, up to my house and then, like, set the bike down. I'm going, that's not a guy who's there doing, like, this isn't a guy who is doing, you know, like, door to door or anything. This is a guy who is, like, engaged in shit. Can I show you the video? If I show you the video, it will show too much of where my house is, because it shows the street in front of my house, and then you could possibly figure out where I live. So I don't know. But anyway, I see Sketchy McSketch, and I'm like, okay. So it was 5:35 is the time. Now, I'm out in the middle of nowhere, so the first thing I do is I try to go on my my video doorbell to pull up the video, right? I try to pull up the video in order to see, like, what's going on right now, right? What's he doing? What's happening? And my video doorbell shows doorbell offline. PM. It was 5:35 p.m. And here's the thing. My video doorbell has never been offline at this point, right? My video doorbell has, like, it stays up. Now, I mean, theoretically, it could go down if you, you know, if the wire, like, if the internet went down. But that would be a very weird time for the internet to go down, is right when Sketchy McSketch gets there. And so what I'm concluding is that, like, you know, this guy is trying to break into my house right now, and he's either got inside and is fucking around with my electronics and is, like, you know, fucked with the base station, or he's outside and he's destroyed my video doorbell. So I try to call Mrs. Runkle, and I can't reach Mrs. Runkle. Now, Mrs. Runkle typically gets home right around this time. This is the time Mrs. Runkle gets home, and I can't reach her. And I'm like, oh, shit. So I call 911. And I'm like, hey, I think there's a break and enter in progress at my house right now. No, she was not with me. She was not with me at all. I'm like, I think there's a break and enter in progress at my house right now. It might be that my wife is in there. It is definitely that lots of guns are in there, including prohibited firearms. And, like, get to my house right the fuck now in order to stop what could be like a burglary and a murder in progress. And you know what the 911 operator says? Sir, can you confirm that they're inside your house? Did you see them go into your house? And I'm like, no, I didn't see them go into my house. My camera has been destroyed. It is offline. And they're like, oh, okay, well, we'll alert an officer and they'll get there when we can. I'm like, I can't reach my wife, dudes, and she could be in the house. And they're like, yeah, but we don't have any confirmation. So we'll get an officer to go have a look when they can. And we'll call you back to see if you can get a hold of your wife. So I get off the phone with 911. And then about 10 minutes later, Mrs. Runkle phones me. And Mrs. Runkle says, she says, hey, I've had a real shit day and somebody stole our fucking video doorbell. Somebody stole our video doorbell. And I go, yeah, there was a break and enter attempt. That's who stole the video doorbell. And she's like, oh, and I'm like, and it was like 10 minutes ago. Mrs. Runkle and the burglar missed each other by minutes. Literal minutes. And I was so fucking glad to hear that she was okay and that the house had not been successfully entered. So, yeah. However, there were signs that that there was an attempt to enter the house. Why did she not answer my call? Probably because she was driving, right? She was probably driving to get to the house and was like, I can't answer because I'm in the car, right? I'm driving. So, yeah, I get home eventually. And I go and I have a look at the damage. The video doorbell is ripped off. Like it's just ripped right off the wall. And all right, it did its job. I got video of the crook. That went off to the police. It's great video. Like it's just really good video. And it shows his neck tattoo, it shows his face, it shows all of that. The cops have not attended, but they did call me. And the funny thing is that the cops actually called me 3 times. 3 times. Because they created a file for follow-up. And then one cop called me and we did the follow-up. And then another cop called me and he's like, oh, I didn't realize that you'd already been helped. So sorry. And then a third cop called me and was like, I didn't realize that you'd already been helped. So, so anyway, they got my witness statement, but I want to show you some stuff here if I can. One of them I got to send to myself just so that I've got it. Yeah, it's what is it? So I got to send myself this picture just so I can show you a bit of my security. Because it's actually a useful thing. I'm gonna do a video on it as well, but I'm gonna show you guys right now just because it's, I think, kind of helpful. I'm gonna show it to you when I can find the picture that is not so revealing of my house. Okay, here we go. Share to me send. Yeah, oh yeah, I was just about to show you the am I sharing my screen here? Am I got that? No, okay. Give me a second. I got to download. Let's see here. Where's that? Where's the images that I want to show? Okay, there's one of them. Yep, that's. I guess that shows a bit of the front of my house. Maybe I won't show that one. But this one I'll show. All right. So here we go. So the first one I'll show you guys is this right here. So this is my door. And what you see here is you see this crack that is down the door. That crack is not, that crack is new, right? That crack is, that crack was not there before. That crack is because they put a lot of effort into breaking this door down. The other thing you can see is this, like, right by the door handle, you can see this, like, round mark. That is clearly a tool mark where they tried to get in, and what they did is they that's where they wedged like a screwdriver or something in and tried to pry the door, right? So they tried to prise their way in. The other thing I'm going to show you is why they couldn't get in. And so I think that this is kind of an important thing to show you guys. And by the way, I get a little bit of I told you so points, because this is why they couldn't get in. So what you can see here is my strike plate. And this strike plate is my own improvised strike plate. Now, the standard strike plate is this thing, right? I actually used the standard strike plate to tighten it up a little bit, just to have the tolerances pretty close. So the standard strike plate, you'll notice they're pretty small, right? Where they, and usually they've got like 3-inch screws on them. But this one, usually they've got like 1/2-inch screws on them, where like the strike plate isn't all that well secured. This strike plate is just ornamental, because what actually is holding the deadbolt is this whole thing along the edge, all the way along the edge here. That's steel strapping. That steel strapping is about 1/4 inch thick. And that steel strapping has, I think, like 40 screws in it. And each of those screws is about 5 inches long and is right into the frame. So, oh yeah, the deadbolt engages just fine. So basically, you cannot kick this. And this is because I am careful about home security. Like, I want my home security to be good. And so I set up a strike plate that you simply cannot kick through. You won't be able to. It's just not going to happen. And so you can kick at this all day and you're not going to get through. And they didn't get through. So now here's the little bit of I told you so that I get. The little bit of I told you so that I get here is that Mrs. Runkle hated that strike plate. Like, hated it. Hated it. Dead latch, not dead bolt. No, I've got a dead bolt. This latch is useless. This latch doesn't do shit. This bolt is the thing that stops them. So, yeah, Mrs. Runkle did not like the strike plate. She thought it was ugly. She thought it was, kind of, she's like, this is the most redneck thing you've done. Well, and then not even close, but, and the thing is she still let me do it, right? This is the thing that she's like, I hate this, but she still let me do it because she's awesome. So, I got like a little bit of I told you so because, yeah, it, it works. Buddy couldn't get in. And I can tell you, even though this door's got a crack in it, you're not going to get through this door even with a sledgehammer still. You're still not going to get through this door even bashing on it with a sledge. So yeah, it's it works. Like, it just functions great. And I am really glad that it did. And here's why I'm really, 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 really glad that it did. Because if it hadn't bounced them, if they had, because I'm guessing they probably gave it like 3 or 4 good oomphs on that door before they went, fuck this, I'm out. Right? But if this hadn't bounced them, they would probably have been in my house stealing shit when Mrs. Runkle came in the door and would have run right into them. This secure door is saved Mrs. Runkle from a run-in with whoever this was. Doggos were probably going crazy too. I don't know what the doggos were doing, but like, Potter's still in a cone and with a booty. I don't know if he would have been super effective, and I don't know what Zora would have done, but I'm gonna say I am it's on my mind a lot that Mrs. Runkle could have run into this guy, and I'm really glad she didn't. I'm really glad that everything is okay. But it bothers me, right? And I keep thinking about it. And yeah, it's a thought. Does Mrs. Runkle carry? We are not allowed to carry guns in Canada. So No, she doesn't. Because we're not allowed to. So, yeah, I have some thoughts, and I got to replace my door. The door is probably going to be like $2,000. I got to replace the video doorbell. The doorbell is going to be like $300. And I probably am going to install more security than I had already. And yeah. The other thing, she needs security alerts that make sounds on her phone when she's driving. The thing is that Mrs. Runkle had actually left her phone at somebody else's house. And so all she had was her work phone. So any alerts that she would have gotten would have gone to her regular phone, which she didn't have. So, yeah, I'm probably going to install a secondary camera, and I'm probably going to install it in a place that is hard to spot and hard to get to. But, yeah, I mean, I can tell you what I would have done if I was home. And the thing is if I was home and I hear somebody breaking in, I am going to be holding the ouchie stick while I load a shotgun. And, you know, if they get in, we're going to have a conversation. And the conversation is going to be fucking leave now. And, yeah. And I really hope not to ever have to use a shotgun, but I would absolutely rather have the shotgun in my hand rather than not, right? But got to figure it all out, right? And it's just Mrs. Runkle. I feel she's bigger than I am. Mrs. Runkle is, you know, but I don't know if she's as quick to get a gun out and get it loaded and so forth. So, is she allowed to have a taser? No, tasers are banned in Canada. You cannot have a taser. So, yeah, it's, we can't have pepper spray either. So, I mean, I'm thinking about it a lot. I didn't sleep well last night. I can tell you that. I was kind of tossing and turning. You know, people are like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "I'm okay. I'm okay, but I'm kind of still not okay, if that makes sense. Like, I'm physically okay. It's just, it is, yeah. And yes, Birdie Blue, I am aware of the fact that there's a picture out there. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm still sort of getting over it, I guess is the thing. Let's see the ouchie stick. Okay. Ouchie stick. The ouchie stick is mostly, I just use it as a prop, but the ouchie stick has obsidian on it and would very much suck to get hit with, because obsidian is volcanic glass. I also, I'm not sure where I put it now. I also have a sword in here. So, but yeah. All right, let's get back to the closings. So, yeah. The flamethrower, like, I can't get the flamethrower into a useful scenario because you can't store it full of gasoline. And you know, and so, like, I'm not going to fill a flamethrower with gasoline while somebody's breaking in. Like, you know, that's just not viable. Yeah, the other... This is probably more effective than the ouchie stick. This is a moose bone handle. This is a very well-balanced sword because it's made by a guy who actually does sword, like, combative stuff. It is sharp. And I have cut through tree branches with this. So, I mean, it would be very effective. It would, I would not want to fight that. So, yeah. All right. Back to the thing. Yeah, she got home about 10 minutes after the incident. And if he had broken in, he might have still been inside. What is your sword made of? Steel? Yes, it's a steel sword. So, all right. Yes, it is illegal to have a loaded gun in the house. Yeah. Where do I buy a steel door plate for my door? They make specific like steel band, like they make specific ones that are designed for doors. I did not use one that's for that's designed for doors. I just went to the the like block steel section and pulled out a bar of steel. I'm seeing somebody saying we need a pup swoop. So pup swoop. That little cute bastard with his eyebrows. All right, here we go.
You can be seated.
The objection is overruled. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue with your argument.
When the bump happens, you get to observe this defendant and her son in action working the problem. Neither of them would ever just lay down and let themselves get victimized by anyone. The bump is an actual recorded example of how these two act when they're threatened by an extortionist, in this case a blackmailer, and it's the complete opposite of how they say they've been acting before in the previous extortion. Several other things to note about this. Let's just compare like the two extortions, the prior one and the one with the bump. So when the bump happens, they resist, right? They don't open their safe out. It's only $5,000 compared to thousands and thousands of dollars they've been paying. $5,000, they don't pay. They resist. They take action. There are in-person meetings between Charlie Adelson and his mother, Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, and eventually with Dad too, about the bump and what to do about it. The defendant eventually downloads a recording app and records a call to the would-be blackmailer. So she records this call, an action that wasn't taken in the 2 years that they were being extorted previously. Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump, although he never mentioned being extorted over the previous 2 years to Ryan Fitzpatrick. They investigate the bump. This defendant questions every aspect of the undercover. His look, his words, his behavior. You know, it's done like that. It's not done like that. Charlie enlists.
Charlie actually does pretty good at figuring out that that it is an undercover thing. I'm like, good for you, and it still doesn't help you. So, yeah, well done.
Catherine Magbanua to find out who it is and to handle it, right? Charlie says he's not going to take it lying down. He threatens Nazi shit if they mess with his family. Katie, I don't care what I spend. You'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it. Now these guys want an extra $5,000. You're going to kill him when you've been paying, I don't know how many, $100,000 and some odd $1,000 over the past 2 years. You weren't killing anybody then. They don't pay the money. If Mrs. Adelson has been blindly writing these checks every 2 weeks for 2 years, and her son has been paying additional monies each month on the layaway plan to the extortionist, and they've done nothing to investigate it, nothing to report it, nothing to stop it, but now they're going to launch a full-scale investigation over $5,000 more dollars? They don't call out Catherine Magbanua. According to Charlie and this defendant, they've been paying Magbanua now for 2 years, or at least funneling money through her. And here Charlie is talking to the person that's been collecting that money over all those months. But at no point does he acknowledge in that Dolce Vita recording or even allude to this long history of payments he's been making to her. This long history of extortion that's been ongoing through her. While they're still in the restaurant, Charlie gives Magbanua instructions. Say my friends have no idea what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't know what you're talking about, but the name sounds familiar of who's incarcerated. So I'm going to give you something as charity to help the less fortunate, but do not contact these people again or they're going to the police.
Man, they're giving out $5,000 as charity? Shit. I mean, I want to know these people. Like they're going to give out 5 charity thousand. Hey, if somebody wants to hit like a $5,000 super chat.
The whole time you're talking, just say, I don't know what's going on, and only use the words help and charity. Charlie proceeds to give Magbanua a whole lecture on blackmail, which is pretty ironic in light of the fact that his defense is she was blackmailing me or extorting him. And these are just a selection of the incriminating quotes from the Dolce Vita recording that you all heard. After the meeting with Magbanua at Dolce Vita, Charlie calls the defendant in call F and tells her he had coffee with a friend and gave her some good relationship advice. Well, at this time, Catherine Magbanua is living with Sigfredo Garcia. Relationship advice. This means he talked to Katie, and she's going to talk to Garcia, and they're going to handle it and deal with the problem. Donna seems to understand this from the use of the term relationship advice. In call G, she's less sure than Charlie that this is the police. That's his theory. She's worried it might not be accurate. She says she has a different theory. He assures her repeatedly it's being handled. There's nothing to worry about. Don't freak out. Magbanua does not want to make that phone call, though, and neither does Garcia. And you hear him pretty emphatic on that wire that he's not making that phone call. But everybody starts lying to each other about having called it because everybody wants to reassure the co-conspirator up the chain that it's all good. I'm handling it. It's not going to come back on us. Charlie expresses concern that if they pay the money, they'll create a monster that will demand more and more and more money. And the defendant replies to that exactly. So these calls go up and down the train cars, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Donna to Charlie to Katie to Garcia and back over and over again. In call R, Charlie is telling Magbanua that he has a very nice gift for Garcia's birthday. So if we think about his defense, the defense that this guy is extorting him after he on his own went and killed the ex-brother-in-law, he's going to buy a birthday gift for the guy? The man.
I mean, it's only fair. It's only like just politeness, right? I mean, wouldn't you buy a birthday gift for your extortionist? And you should always, tip your extortionist as well. Like, I understand that like a 15% is sort of considered a minimum for good extortion service. And, maybe you should consider like 18 or 20%. It's just, it's just a reasonable place to be. So, it's so ridiculous here.
He knows killed Dan Markel. And Donna says this is the truth. The truth is out. Once Charlie and the defendant finally decide for sure that the bump is an undercover as opposed to a real gang member, bad guy, you have never seen two people so happy to be under investigation for first-degree murder in your whole entire life. They convince themselves that they're untouchable. It's just the FBI fishing. They don't have anything on us. If they had anything on us, we'd already be at the airport. They're thrilled about it. Even on the call.
And then they go to the airport.
That the defendant staged and recorded to the undercover where she's proclaiming her innocence. It's pretty interesting, the words that she chooses. For example, she says, I'm out of the loop. How odd is that statement? It implies she knows there's a loop and she's not in it. The evidence has shown that the co-conspirators in this case were all on a need-to-know basis for their own protection. That's why Catherine Magbanua wasn't shown the murder instructions. That's why no Adelson had any contact with the hitmen. And that's why the defendant didn't attend the murder meetings with Charlie Adelson and his mother. They were insulating each other. She was out of the loop on the stuff that the undercover was talking about. My brother in Broward, Luis Rivera, she didn't know anything about Luis Rivera. She was out of the loop on that. But she was in the loop on Catherine Magbanua. She knew an ex-girlfriend met Catherine Magbanua. She knew that Catherine Magbanua needed to give relationship advice to deal with the problem with her baby daddy. She was in the loop on paying for this murder, and she was in the loop with Charlie to get a win for the Adelson family. In May of 2016, after the bump, The defendant stops writing checks. Stops. The bad guy comes up to you and wants more money. So what do? You stop writing the checks you've been writing for 2 years under some threat. She's still not going to the police, but apparently she's not scared anymore. She's going to stand up to him and stop writing the checks. Okay. Why? Isn't it?
Sometimes
because
people
she's
find
got
a spine.
because she's figured out this is law enforcement and they're getting close.
Sometimes
June
people
of
find a
2016,
spine.
Garcia and Rivera are arrested. The news of this makes it all the way to Rob Adelson's operating room. When Rob next speaks to his mother, he says, "Hey, they got the guys. They arrested the guy that shot Danny." Getting no response, he brings up the matter again, like, "Did you hear they got the guys that killed Danny?" And she responds, "I've got to go," and she hangs up. That is the last time that Rob Adelson has talked to his mother. Because he knew, and she knew he knew. A couple other problems for the defense that I want to point out as far as this whole Charlie story goes. These are kind of mind benders, so bear with me. In 2016, after the arrest of Garcia and Rivera, but before the arrest of Magbanua, there's a text indicating, this is Charlie to Donna. Charlie says, basically that his lawyer was meeting with Garcia's lawyer. If Garcia acted alone and then extorted Charlie, why is Charlie's lawyer meeting with Garcia's lawyer? This is your extortionist. In fact, regardless of whatever the
Rivera
defense is, why
did
are
the
two
smart
of them
thing.
meeting? Unless they have common interests. And while Charlie's lawyer is at this meeting, he runs into Magbanua. Magbanua hasn't been arrested yet. She's up there seeing Garcia's lawyer. Well, why is she doing that? According to Charlie's story that this defendant adopted, Magbanua is not in on it. She's a victim too of Garcia.
I
Her
missed
baby
that.
daddy
No,
was a bad dude. Why is she up at his lawyer's office? And when they learn that Magbanua was up there, Charlie says, "Oh, my lawyer ran into Magbanua while he was up there. He said she's nice and pretty." And Donna says, "Just like all your girlfriends." Well, why isn't she saying, "What do you mean? Why is she up there? I thought she was a victim of Garcia, just like us." All right, so here's another text. This one's from August of 16. In this one, Charlie and the defendant are discussing a newspaper article in the Tallahassee Democrat, which talks about a drug dealer that the killers had contact with when they were here in Tallahassee from Miami. And somehow Charlie deduces this drug dealer is going to be the state's star witness. And they're basically spitballing alternative defenses. This is August of 2016. They've known, supposedly, who the killer was. The truth came out that the killer was Garcia and that they knew about it since the time of the killing. But here they are saying, well, maybe a drug dealer killed Danny and a drug deal gone bad. And this is because the extortion thing hadn't been invented yet. The extortion thing didn't get invented until right before Charlie's trial in 2023, when he's trying to think of what he's going to say from that witness stand to explain all the evidence against him. Rivera gives a proffer. That's on September 30th of 2016. Magbanua gets arrested October 1st, 2016. You would think that if Charlie's story was the truth, he would be sleeping well for the first time in a long time, knowing that these folks that were taking his money and taking his mother's checks were off the streets and behind bars. But to the contrary, you've heard evidence that he started freaking out around that time, and so did the defendant, right? His behavior became erratic. He became angry, paranoid, stressed. Per June, he got a second phone. He started sleeping with a bag of clothes by the bed. He started communicating with her via WhatsApp. In April of 2022, Charlie gets arrested. In that Dolce Vita restaurant recording, he repeatedly refers to the bump as a blackmail attempt. He uses the word blackmail on the Dolce Vita recording. But in trial, he switches that up to extortion, claiming that he and his mom have been extorted by the hitman. That was going on since 2014. But interestingly, in October 16th of 2023, so just 7 days before Charlie's trial started, this defendant, Donna Adelson, Googled the difference between blackmail and extortion. And the difference is that blackmail is the threat to expose some dirt on somebody. I know something about you, and if you don't pay up, I'm going to expose the dirt. Whereas extortion is the threat to harm somebody. You don't pay up, I'm going to harm you. Obviously, when they developed this defense.
So it's like they got their terminology down because of her Google search. I mean, they have gone to a level of thoroughness on this that is insane.
in preparation for Charlie's trial, they realized the term blackmail was not a good word for them because it indicates they were somehow involved. You got to have some dirt. Okay? It needs to be extortion, threat of harm. We're totally innocent. They did this on their own. They came to us. They extorted us. The defendant doubles down on this. So yeah, she said the truth is out, the truth is out. What does that really mean? Well, she doubles down on it when she writes that script for the witness, Donna Bernhardt, who she solicited to come in here and perjure herself to you all. What does she write in the script? Extort, underlined. The script is Charlie's story. She's again adopting it by writing it out for her witness that she's trying to recruit to come in and deliver it to y'all, which of course backfires. And according to the defense investigator who...
And this is the thing. She's saying she's adopted Charlie's story, so it's akin to her testimony, and it's also stupid, and it's a lie, and so forth. Zin, we know the verdict is in. We know that. We're just going over what happened
pretty unusual.
Today.
Regardless of what you think of Drina and Bird, it's clear what the defendant was trying to do with them. I mean, when Donna Bernhardt had that script, and it read exactly like Charlie's whole story, with the exception of the part where he told his mom, it was in the defendant's handwriting. That was very compelling.
Sorry if I'm yawning. As I said, did not get a whole lot of sleep last night because of the whole break and enter thing.
Evidence that this defendant was trying to buy herself some witnesses. I do want to talk about one more piece that has to be dealt with regarding this whole story of the extortion. And that's that Wendy wasn't in on it. Okay, there's a text November 1st of 2023. So this is after the truth comes out. This defendant texts Wendy Adelson, her daughter, and acknowledges that Wendy doesn't know anything about all this extortion stuff. And like, sorry, we had to keep it from you for so long kind of thing. If Charlie's defense was the truth and Charlie and this defendant knew there was a threat to Wendy and her kids from the people that killed Dan, it's a little shocking that they failed to mention it to her. Instead, they let her and the boys move to Miami where the bad guys were and, you know, walk up and down the street without any extra protection or even knowing that the killers knew who they were and had threatened their lives and lived there in Miami.
You see that they're also going poke, 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 poke at the whole Wendy thing. So, yeah. Yeah.
The defendant also acknowledges in this November
yes, I do.
Text.
Think they would have charged her to the same.
At the bottom there. Next one. Previous one, maybe. Okay. On that text, which is in evidence, it says, get the quote. You know I'm next. This is the defendant to Wendy Adelson. You know I'm next, but that won't happen. I'll take care of that.
Oh, I missed the sort of darkly humorous things or thing about the break and enter. The darkly humorous thing. So, chat, please forgive me. I find this funny because I have a bit of a messed up defense lawyer sense of humor. But the guy who broke into my house, or tried to break into my house, he didn't get in, but the guy who tried to break in, was quite visibly indigenous, First Nations, whatever. But the reason why that's funny is because, he also, when he couldn't get into the house, he stole a package off the porch. And the package contains some materials for Mrs. Runkle's Girl Guide stuff. And specifically, the materials were... specifically, the package of materials was Girl Guide stuff on truth and reconciliation. So it's like... the First Nations guy stole a package of truth and reconciliation materials, and I just really can't imagine he's going to enjoy that all that much. He's gonna be like, the fuck is this shit? So yeah, it's it's silly, and Yeah, it's yeah.
Important insight into her state of mind when you're considering this evidence about her flight to Vietnam. All right, 11/6/23, Charlie's jury is deliberating. The defendant gets angry about Wendy sending prayer hands. I guess, your brother's on trial for his life and you're sending prayer hands, an emoji. She says, protected his sister for years. Protected her? Protected her from what? Would he need to protect her from the knowledge that they were being extorted? Or does it make more sense that the protection that's referred to is the murder and the fact that this defendant is a little angry that Wendy doesn't seem to appreciate what she views as a huge sacrifice that her brother has made for her and her benefit? Wendy's not charged.
Okay, that would have been
This was
even
all for
funnier.
11/6/2023, Charlie is convicted. Nothing about the extortion defense adds up for Charlie, and it doesn't add up for Donna Adelson either. It's true that she did not pull the trigger. She's guilty of first degree murder as a principle, which we talked about at jury selection, about how a party who assists in the murder can be charged and convicted the same as the person that pulled the trigger, even if they're not physically present when the trigger's pulled, which is not disputed that she was not. And you all agreed to follow that law, even if you ended up not liking it, right? I don't know if anyone admitted to not liking it, but you don't really know if you're going to like it or not until you have to make a decision. If you don't like it, you still must apply it. You know that I can trust you to do that. We talked in jury selection about the difference.
And I see a PayPal from Giraffe Girl saying, so glad you and the pups are okay. And I also see one from, Jamie Fedor saying, happy Thursday. Thank you so much. And one I definitely have to cover is from JJ Donnelly. And that is one of these that I got to cover. So thank you for the $100 PayPal from JJ Donnelly. So thank you so much. All right, back to things here.
Between direct and circumstantial evidence, and it's true that this is largely a circumstantial case. You might recall my powdered donuts example. We had direct evidence that it was the kid not covered in powdered donuts, but we agreed that being covered in the powdered donuts was pretty good evidence that that's the child that ate the donuts. This case is not entirely circumstantial. I mean, she's covered in powdered donuts. Don't get me wrong, but there.
She's covered in powdered donuts. Runkle's going to want him to get appointed a good attorney and the cops to have done everything right, so he's convicted. Yep. I actually posted to a lawyer's Facebook group. I'm like, to whoever gets the file for the guy who broke into my house, no hard feelings, and best of luck. So yeah,
there is direct evidence as well, and I want to go over those.
She means powdered sugar from donuts.
To Rob, when told that he'd already spoken to the police, she says, well, you don't know anything anyway. That's direct evidence. You can consider that as direct evidence. To Charlie, after being handed an article about Dan Markel's murder, it involves both of us. It involves the two of us. Number 3, 44 checks to the killer, signed by Donna Adelson. Catherine Magbanua admits she was in a plot to kill Dan Markel. And she got 44 checks, and they were all signed by this woman. Next, that license plate number. She had the car, make, model, and license plate in her 2014 planner. Her statements to Bird, she admitted she did what she was accused of. The script written by this defendant in this defendant's handwriting for Drina Bernhardt to come in here and deliver to y'all about stuff that wasn't true. She also speaks in code. Innocent people do not speak in code, ladies and gentlemen. And consider the things she didn't do. She didn't want to talk on the phone. She didn't want to talk in the apartment. She did not want to send a picture of the bump flyer to Charlie. She didn't say the name of Dan Markel. Anywhere on that wire, she did not say his name. Dan, Danny, Gibbers, that asshole, nothing. Why not? And she didn't go to the police. Nice, normal Jewish grandmother, a approached on the street about a murder and an extortion attempt, she didn't go to the police? Why not? After Charlie's found guilty, the defendant sends this text to Wendy Adelson. Your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. Your lawyer took very good care of you. You can bury me in the dress that I bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah. Does not sound at that moment as if she's totally committed to attending the bar mitzvah. You heard that open line call where she's making plans to either flee or kill herself. She is distraught over the verdict. And she's distraught over the knowledge that she's next. The defense has tried to sell you that her emergency fast track visa and one-way ticket to a non-extradition country was a vacation. On November 7th of 2023, this defendant Googled a list of U.S. extradition treaties. She was looking for a non-extradition country, and she booked a ticket to one with a stop in another non-extradition country. She applies for a fast-track emergency visa for Vietnam. I wanted it the fastest I can get it. She indicates a 30-day visa is not sufficient. She requests for the longest visa, which is 90 days, which is past the bar mitzvah date. She tries to get Wendy to help with business assistance. And when Wendy doesn't respond, she ends up asking her friend, Annie Cunningham, who y'all met in court. She says, I can't say exactly why, but we need you guys to come here, both of you. Wendy's not responding to us, and we have an issue that we cannot discuss over the phone. Why?
That friend that gets brought in is also awful. So, yeah.
Why can't you discuss it over the phone? You're just going on vacation. Annie responds, basically, just say the word. When they leave for the airport, Harvey leaves this note dated 11/12/23 for Wendy regarding what is needed to sell some property, a gun. Donna makes notes in her planner to have Wendy have the lawyer tell Charlie where they are on the lawyer's private line, so the call will not be recorded. Why not? Y'all are going on vacation. You're coming back. You're not fleeing. There's also a note in her planner to cancel disability insurance. That doesn't seem like something one does when they're going on vacation. There's a note, tell Wendy due October expenses, child support through mid-November 2025. They're presumably for Charlie's son planning to pay child support 2 years in advance. So this is made in 23. All right, November 13th, 2023, the defendant is arrested trying to board a one-way flight to a non-extradition country. I mean, y'all decide if it's a vacation.
If the court allows a Mackenzie friend and that friend is the alleged victim in the case, would that have any effect on the judge? Court would not allow the alleged victim to be a Mackenzie friend. So, problem solved.
This is a conspiracy. I mean, this
for another 1/10 of a video camera. Thank you so much.
Murder case. The defendant and her son set this up in a way that was designed to protect them. The main benefit of the structure of this conspiracy is that each party can insulate or distance themselves from each other. The primary risk of a conspiracy is that you're doing it with other people, right? You can get caught. Somebody can squeal. Somebody could give you up. And that's why the conspiracy is not shaped like this. Rather, they're not all huddled up together. They're going to be more like train cars. This is the way we see the communication flow throughout the course of the conspiracy. The best way to insulate yourself from your co-conspirators is to organize the conspiracy like a train car, with each car only communicating with the one in front and the one behind. That way, if someone gets caught or cooperates with law enforcement, they won't have enough information on you to give you up. And it's also very important to position yourself within the conspiracy such that those that have the most information on you are those most loyal to you. And that is exactly what Donna Adelson did. To be guilty of conspiracy, it's not necessary for the defendant to say any particular word or do any particular act. But in this case, she did do that. We have all those words and acts.
We'll explain that later.
That directly tie her. They are direct evidence tying her to this conspiracy, plus all the powdered sugar dust. Don't let the way she thought she was going to get away with this be the way she gets away with it.
That is a great line. And she was actually kind of lost in her own socks here for a bit. And then she goes, don't let the way. And I was like, this is getting wandery. This is getting weak. Like, she needs to land this plane. And then she says, don't let the way she thinks she was going to get away with this be the way she gets away with it. And I went, What? Now I'm awake. Now I'm awake. I'll explain what a Mackenzie friend is later.
Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty. Thank you.
Now, the other statement she made, and I meant to call it out when it happened, but I guess I missed it. She says something like, if anyone in the jury box tries to tell you this, you ask them. And I'm like, that I would have objected to. I would have objected to it because, like, you can't tell the jury how to deliberate. So, yeah.
At this time, we are going to take our lunch break. The bailiff will take you into the jury room. Lunch will be provided for you. Once again, I'm going to remind you, do not discuss this case with each other until we have come to its conclusion. You may discuss any other matters, but do not discuss the case. Do not seek out any outside information. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. The lunch will be delivered shortly.
All right. So we had this question, what's a Mackenzie friend? So if you're self-representing and somebody says, what's a Girl Guide? Girl Guide is akin to a Girl Scout. When you're a self-represented accused in Canada, you can have a situation where you might want some help. And the help, and KPT says the best way to help Runkle is to get to his pro bono goals. Thank you so much. You're allowed certain forms of help. You can't have somebody there being essentially a lawyer for you. When you're self-represented, it's got to be either you like representing yourself or you hire a lawyer. But a Mackenzie friend is somebody who comes in and what do you call it? And they're allowed to do things like take notes for you and help organize your stuff and maybe help you with tech stuff, right? Like, you know, when you've got the person who's like running your, PowerPoint and so forth. If you were self-represented, you could get a Mackenzie friend for that. That would be considered like reasonable. But they can't be basically just like a fake lawyer doing that. And somebody says, where does that come from? That comes from a case. That comes from a court case called Mackenzie. So the accused in that case was named Mackenzie, and so now it's a Mackenzie friend because it refers. Most stuff in the law kind of has those kinds of references to other cases. So, yeah. All right. Let's go through some super chats here real quickly. And so we'll cover those, and then we can go back to, we got one more closing to do, and then we got a verdict to do. I'm not going to do the interviews because I don't have the rights to the interviews, and I don't want to get my stream taken down. So, yeah, we're not doing that. I know some other streams have, and I just I don't have as much oomph as some of the other streams, so I got to be more careful. Becky, thank you so much for being a member. Much appreciated. Ice Ice Baby, you take much better pictures than the Canton PD. Well, yeah, and mine are not upside down. They're the right way up. That's an important thing when you take a picture, is that you get it the right way up. They're not good at that. Although that's mostly, I guess, a video problem for them, not a photo problem. But, you know, same thing. Real Jim McIntyre, the crack was not there before. Context matters. Jess Catlisi, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Jacqueline Weaver, money towards the door repair. Thank you for your vulnerability and sharing the story. I sincerely hope you two stay safe. Will you update us if they catch this person? Yes. So I've given the video to the police, and what do you call it? The the police will try to figure out who this person is. If they figure out who it is, then they'll get arrested at some point, and then I'll be brought in at some point, possibly to testify at a trial. So Runkle might have to testify at a trial. So Jen V says camera and door money. Jamie says, when I install new doors, I toss the weak standard door hinge screws and replace them with 3-inch screws. Good for you. That is exactly the way to go. Katie Hewling, 4 months already. Yep. Cat in Virginia. My house was burglarized when I was at work. I didn't sleep soundly for a year afterwards, so I got an alarm system that will call police. Good alarm system. Light Queen says, for door repairs and new camera. So glad you're both okay. I remember as a kid, my mom had a metal strip added to our door frame and have done it since. It's helpful. Katie Hewling, thanks to you and Rob, I finally got testing scheduled to seek diagnoses for ADHD and autism. Thanks for giving so many of us a place to be comfortable as ourselves. Fair. Joey Jones Donnelly, check PPR for door fund. Thank you. I saw that. The PayPal. I thank you so much. And Belle Feinstein, after that incident, Runkle has earned a drink. Yeah, I feel like I have. For the W, I look forward to being able to talk about that in full detail. Boomer says, Bowley, Locks, and Whiskey Fund. Thank you so much. Joey Jones Donnelly, Goal Fund as well. Thank you. Mackenzie Friend, we answered that. Gigi Sealaugh, thank you so much. Much appreciated. All right. Let's jump back in there. Here we go.
Everyone can be seated. If the defense can go ahead and move forward with setting up the room in the manner in which you'll need to do. We will come back at 1:45. The defense will give its closing. The state will give any rebuttal that it has.
All right. We're going to jump past lunch. And I apologize. This closing is not the best closing that you will ever hear in your life. It has some stuff.
Represented items in the calendar. We would like to be able to present that as argument to the jury.
Again, at this stage, for items that are not in evidence, I do not find that these are specifically exculpatory. You can make any reasonable argument or inference as it relates to the admitted evidence, but items that were never admitted at this point are not to be presented to the jury.
Yes, sir.
You can bring in the jurors.
For a drink and request that you check PayPal. I will check PayPal. Here we go. Refresh. Whoa. Thank you so much, Shay for relaxation for you and Mrs. Runkle. And that is a $300 that's a $300 donation. Wow. Okay. I will try to take Mrs. Runkle out and do something nice and relaxing because, yeah, it's, yeah. So thank you. I honestly think I'm more flustered about it than Mrs. Runkle is, believe it or not. Because Mrs. Runkle is like nothing happened, and that's, that's a reasonable thing. I'm just the person thinking like all the what if, right? So thank you so much. That's super kind. And I will make sure to do something nice for us. So yeah, you didn't have to say the amount. Okay, I'm sorry. My bad. Sorry. Some people want me to say the amount. Yeah.
On this full first given closing, I will be assisting by putting the items on the slide.
That's fine.
Now I have no idea why they divide the closing up the way they do. They have him assisting by putting stuff on the thing there, right? So, yeah.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. At this time, we are going to continue with the defense's closing. Defense, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. It's been a long day. You've heard a lot, but I hope you'll stay awake so you can hear me too, okay?
Oof. Oof. Why? Why are you leading off with, I hope you'll stay awake so so that you can hear me too. Christ, that as the beginning of your closing statement, that is akin to like, ladies, imagine you have a gentleman over for like some post-date recreational activities, and he begins with, "Don't worry, this won't take long." That's how good her start is. Hoof, 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 hoof. And I mean, they've got him doing the tech stuff and her doing the close, and it really should be the other way around, because he can actually talk and she can't do the tech stuff, but she could like sit there and just not talk.
So it's been what, 2.5 weeks, I guess, since you started this venture with us, and you've heard an awful lot. And I'd like to take you back to my opening statement. In my opening statement, there were some things referred to today that I'd like to address. The first one is that I stood up in my opening statement and said all of these wonderful things about Dan Markel, and then I called witnesses to attack him. That is not true. That is not that.
You need to defend, like, you need to be defending your client here. She's defending herself, and this is a problem, right? So, yeah.
That is not true. In fact, the defense is the only part of this case that actually elicited evidence through testimony about the good qualities of Dan Markel. We elicited that on cross from his ex-wife, Wendy. And all of the things I told you in opening about what a wonderful man he was, a wonderful father, well-educated, successful, we elicited that testimony. And criticized today for having 2 witnesses who came and testified on the stand about the dissolution case and things that had been filed in it. That was not to attack Danny Markel. We didn't put that evidence on. The state is the one that made it an issue. They put those documents into evidence, the things that Mr. Markel had filed. So we're the defense, and we represent Donna Adelson, and we're just supposed to say, okay, well, they put it in, let's just let it sit there. We have an obligation to represent.
This is so stupid. This is so fucking stupid. And like, just don't. Christ, this is petulant. This is awful. This is like whiny shit about like, prosecution said some mean stuff about us, and here is 20 minutes on why it's unfair. Nobody gives a shit, right? No, just, yeah.
Our client. And what happened in that divorce, whether it was contentious or not, was an issue the state brought up. They've been calling this a bitter custody battle for years. And they started this case by saying the same thing. So to have the people who were actually involved in the case point out that there never was a bitter custody battle is important, because there never was one. There was never a time when they were fighting over somebody having access to the children. In those pleadings, nobody says, you can't have them, I've got them. You can't have them, I've got them. When they filed their initial pleadings, they did what everybody, according to the lawyer who was on the case for Mrs. Adelson, meaning Wendy, on the case for Wendy, they all filed their typical pleadings. And in the beginning, you ask for certain stuff, and she asked for 5149, maybe for a tax purpose. But there was never one single time, and you can't be convinced that relocation was the issue where they were going to take Danny Markel's kids away from them. If you believe that, you are ignoring the evidence that the state of Florida put on against Donna Adelson.
Oh my God. If you believe that, you are dumb shits. Okay, good. That's a great way to, that's a great way to go. Like, tell the jury they're a bunch of dumbasses. And like, maybe we're just going to do like a little stand-up bit where like, you with the bald head, you're so fucking dumb. Your hair filed for divorce. Like, yeah.
And when I told you in opening that this was all about theory and belief of what a motive was, and there was.
All right. So she keeps like tapping the podium, which is mic'd. And when she's tapping the podium, which is mic'd, with her long fingernail, it sounds like she's punching you in the earballs. And now if you look at her co-counsel and his expression is like, oh, why did I let her talk? He's sitting there and it's like, you can just see the regret here.
No evidence that a crime was committed by my client, Donna Adelson. That is exactly what has happened in this courtroom. The state is ignoring the evidence that came in through their witnesses that support our defense. And instead, they stand before you with calls and text messages, and they tell you what they mean. That's not evidence. Their argument about what a conversation means is not evidence. You decide what it means. You've got it in front of you, and you have to consider it in the context of all of the evidence that's presented. Not just what the state puts in, but what the defense puts in. And I know at some point when we were putting on evidence, you all were looking probably at me like, what are you doing? Who cares? Some of those little things matter, and I'm going to cover those in the defense, and you'll see why we put those things in that didn't seem like that I had a hoot to do with anything, because they actually did. Now, I think the state, near the beginning of the case, and
this is a good question. Do I think she will have a good reason for appeal for ineffective assistance of counsel? No, I don't. And the reason why is that your counsel has to both be ineffective, and ineffective is a high bar, right? Ineffective is basically that they were as bad or worse as not having a lawyer. So if your lawyer is if your lawyer is just not that helpful, then they are still effective. Like, it's still, because like you don't have a right to Clarence Darrow. You don't have a right to like the best lawyer ever. You've just got a right to an okay lawyer, right? And yeah, this is an excellent point. Those who yell and pound the table the hardest are usually wrong. It's also usually not a strong strategy, right? It's usually not a great move. So, yeah, it just, yeah. So the other thing about ineffective assistance of counsel, yeah, you have to prove that they were sleeping through the important parts, not just sleeping, but sleeping through the important parts. The other thing is that you have to show that it would have changed things. And so to like make out a good ineffective assistance of counsel argument, you have to get to things like, you have to be able to show like, a good argument for ineffective assistance of counsel would be something like, your lawyer had a video that shows you, not committing the crime because it shows somebody else committing the crime. And for some reason, your lawyer didn't tender it, right? And so that might be an effective assistance of counsel because it's like, there is no reasonable explanation for not tendering it. And it could have affected the trial in a big way.
I don't recall who the witness was, but near the beginning
and
of the case,
thank you, Rob Price. That is very generous. Thank you so much.
Elicited testimony
I'll have
about
to
how this
accept that
event
later.
transpired,
Yeah.
this brutal killing of Danny Markell, how it transpired, and how they were able to break the case. And what did they tell you? They told you they broke the case because Luis Rivera, who was one of the killers, decided he would cooperate with the state of Florida in exchange for a deal, which for his crime, he ended up, the testimony was he got 7 more years for committing that crime. This is the man who got in the car, got the gun off the street, drove up to Tallahassee, Florida, stalked, is the best way I can describe it, Danny Markell in a car with his children from his home, watched him take his little boys out of his car and put them into the daycare center, followed him again to where he went to work out at Premier Gym, and sat in wait for him. Sat in wait for him. And then when Mr. Markell came out, trying to work some things out with his ex-wife, Wendy, about having the kids and who's picking them up at what time, even leaves her a really nice voicemail that they could get together and walk at the school to talk about the education of their older child, where he was going to be going to school because he was going to be starting kindergarten. And Wendy pushed back. You know, she pushed back. This was his time with his little boys, and she's telling him, no, you know, I've got plans. Well, it wasn't her time to do that. So leading up to his death, she's arguing with him over about an hour and a half worth of time that she thinks she's entitled to with the kids, but it's his time. And I agree with the state of Florida. The most important thing to that man was those little boys. And he fought for every minute he could get, and rightfully so. Then he drives home in his car while he's on the phone, and Luis Rivera, driving the car that's been stalking him all day, pulls up behind him in his driveway. Sigfredo Garcia gets out and shoots him twice in the head, and they pull off at a pretty high rate of speed and leave Danny Markell dying inside his garage. Left him to die. Those are the people that killed Danny Markell. Those two people. And the state has all kinds of arguments about how Mrs. Adelson's involved because she said these things about him, and we'll get to that in a second. But if Luis Rivera is telling the truth, what did he tell you when he got on the stand? What did he tell you? He said, and this is his signature on this document dated March 11th, 2025, when he was deposed, and those numbers and circles are his. And he testified to you that, where's my numbers? That Catherine Magbanawah, that's right, Catherine Magbanawah is the person that elicited Sigfredo Garcia to kill Danny Markell. Now her versions change over time, so we'll have to address a few of those. And then she says she didn't even know Luis Rivera was involved. This is a woman who the state has admitted lied first time, second time, third time, fourth time, maybe the fifth time. Every time she puts herself under oath and swears to tell the truth, she's going to say more. She told you she didn't even know Luis Rivera was involved, but the phone records that were put in by the state of Florida prove otherwise. Because during the time that they're traveling to Tallahassee, when she can't reach Sigfredo Garcia, whose phone is she calling? She's calling Luis Rivera. This woman can't tell the truth. But in any event, Luis Rivera then puts this number 2 next to Sigfredo Garcia because he's the one who actually killed Danny Markell. Number 3 next to himself because he's the one who got the gun and drove.
And Donna's like, shit, this is not going how I hoped. Shit.
Drove the car to kill Danny Markell and then away from the scene. This is the man that he says they killed. Who else on this document do you recognize? On this exhibit? Who else? Who else was involved in this? Well, all the players that the state claims are involved are pictured on this document. And he says, Wendy Adelson, she's the lady who wanted to get her kids back. This is why we were committing the crime. Wendy Adelson. And Doctor, the dentist, he called him, which is Charlie Adelson, who he identified, was the one with Katie. This one and this one are the reasons that they're coming to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markell. And I said, well, what about Donna Adelson or Harvey Adelson? No, they weren't involved. I said, would you put an X next to them if they weren't involved? And he did. Donna Adelson's name never came up, but Luis Rivera is telling the truth, according to the state.
Well, yeah, the point is that he never met Donna Adelson because of the whole train, you know. Yeah. This is not filling me with joy, but okay.
That's who you're supposed to believe, and he says my client is not involved. There's some issues that I might address further, but I want to go through some of the things that the state stood up and told you. Relocation. That's the issue. That is the reason that my client had Danny Markell killed, because relocation was lost. Danny Markell was killed July the 18th of 2014. Relocation was done for over a year. That's the motive. It's been over for a year. And they said yesterday in court that the relocation issue didn't stop when Danny Markell was, when the divorce was over. It continued going on. The email showed that. There is not a single email that's been put in by the state that shows that my client, Donna Adelson, was continuing on a rampage about relocation. The last email that they showed you today that my client wrote about relocation was July the 19th of 2013. The divorce was final on the 31st, said and done. They bring Wendy Adelson in here to testify. That's their witness. And she said it was done. Now, have Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson been honest with their mother? The evidence says no, they haven't been. Because the whole time Wendy Adelson is telling her mother, she's telling her mother that relocation is what she wants. She's the one who starts that. She's the one who asks her lawyer about it. The whole time in the spring leading up.
Oh, I hate judging, especially I hate judging women for their appearance, because I know women get that shit all the time. But there's this lecture I give to clients, and basically it goes like this. I tell clients that I want them to dress nicely for whatever nicely is for them, right? And the reason why I say that is that what nicely looks like depends on different people. And so if I, if I have a client and the client is like the client is an iron worker, say, they probably don't have like a nice suit. Whereas like if my client is a doctor, they probably do have a nice suit. And one of the reasons why I say that is like dress nicely for your sort of whatever role you are, is because you don't want to have the situation that happens sometimes where you get people who come in and like client is an iron worker, right? Or like, church clothes work better for the States. It doesn't work as well for Canada because most people don't have church clothes. So, but like, you get somebody who comes in and they've borrowed a suit from like a parent or a friend or something else. And the suit doesn't fit. And the suit, like, often it doesn't fit because it's too big, because if it was too small, they wouldn't wear it. And they look like they're swimming in it. And she looks like that. She looks like a client wearing somebody else's suit. And it makes you look like a clown. It makes you look awful. So, yeah.
To this hearing, Wendy Adelson admitted in her testimony she's sending these messages to her life coach and telling her life coach, I think I want to stay in Tallahassee. But she didn't bother to tell her mother that. Her mother still thinks she's trying to get relocation. She does it in April. And then she writes to her again in May. I think I'm going to give up relocation. I can stay in Tallahassee. The kids will be close to their boys. There won't be any plane rides. And I like my job. It gives me all this flexibility. I'm going to stay. But she still doesn't tell her mother. She has her mother believing we got to fight for this relocation. She testified. Well, why did your mother get so upset?
Yes and no. It makes you look a little like silly. And like somebody just in a button-up shirt does just fine, right? The court isn't going to view it as disrespectful if you're there in like a button-down, button-down shirt, nice slacks, just no slogans, no drug, whatever, no anything like that. But I mean, you just look silly. It's hard to take people seriously when they come in wearing all of that
she's
stuff.
Venting to her mother about what she claims Danny Markell is doing, and she's venting to her mother about what she wants to accomplish, only she's not being honest with her. On the backside, she's making other plans. It'd have been nice for my client, Donna Adelson, to know that, because these emails that have been submitted here, which are proof that she wanted to have Danny Markell killed, would not have been written. And when she goes to her hearing on the relocation in June of 2013, she has her mother stay outside. Her mother can't hear what's going on in the hearing. She admitted she had several witnesses to call beyond the two that got on the stand. And then after the judge made the comment, she gave up. She could have continued with the hearing and put her witnesses on. The judge could have ruled against her, and then maybe she has an appellate issue. She gave up because she didn't want it anymore, but she didn't tell her mother that. When she told her mother, well, this is how the judge has ruled, the mother understood that through the court system it was done, but not with her daughter, Wendy, because you can continue to negotiate all the way through a final judgment. And that's what those emails say. They do suggest some crazy stuff. They do. But she puts in there, we're trying to negotiate. We're trying to negotiate. Get this, you can still work on this. She doesn't know when she's writing those crazy emails that there's no reason to write them because her daughter agreed. You know, you can have a dismissal on an issue. You can have a denial on an issue. She agreed to it with prejudice, which means it is over. She already made an agreement. She's not going to seek relocation anymore. So my client is hanging out there trying to support her daughter. And now she's sitting in a court of law charged with murder because of what she wrote in emails. Because the truth is, you are here to judge my client based on her conduct leading up to and to the time of death of Danny Markell.
Do you believe for a second that she didn't know what was going on? Like, no, I don't. I don't think that she actually accepted that that with prejudice was the end of it. I think she was like, we need to keep fighting. We need to keep changing it. I don't think this makes any sense.
That's her conduct. Can you consider things she said and did after to see if it corroborates that she was involved? You can. But her conduct leading up to the day that Danny was murdered is in this book that the state has entered with emails. It's separated between, where you can see it, where they lead up to the divorce and then after the divorce until the time of the homicide. Now, my client did say ugly things about Danny Markell. During the divorce, she did. And the state has put them in. This is State's Exhibit 64. And they have emails going up through July the 11th of 2014. These are the bad names that my client called Danny Markell during the course of a divorce where her daughter is.
Why are you putting this up? Danny Markell is a saint. And here's all the ways my client called him things. She called him a royal jackass. She called him a piece of shit. She called him Elvis. Like, which side are you on? Like, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my client kicks puppies. And really, it's just because they're so damn cute that she just feels the need to just stomp their faces right in. And she's also the one who invented New Coke. She she sells Arizona iced tea for $1.25. You know, like, why are you telling the jury why to hate her?
Constantly venting to her about what she says Danny is doing. She said some really bad names, and I'm going to say them, although you shouldn't say bad words in court. She called him some ugly stuff. The first one that they wanted to put in was from 2011. He was killed.
Did you catch that? She says, I'm going to say them. Except you shouldn't say bad things in court, so I'm not going to say them. Yeah, just stand up and like start calling the dead guy a bunch of names. That's going to go well in your clothes. So, yeah.
In 2014, they introduced this email from March the 28th of 2011 at 64A. And inside that email, they claim shows the hatred for Danny Markell. And you want to know why? According to their exhibit list here, because Mrs. Adelson referred to Danny's parents as, quote, the royal couple. And she and Wendy were bantering back and forth about some issues with Mr. Markell's parents. That's not hatred on Danny. It's not even hatred on his parents. We're sitting here with murder charges because she did something like that, called somebody a royal couple. She said other bad things. She called Danny a major fucker, Jibbers, which Wendy Adelson testified that she came up with that nickname.
Why are you doing this?
A religious zealot. And Wendy testified that the issues in their marriage included matters of he had now become more strict in their religion than she wanted to follow. That was one of their problems. She called him a royal jackass, a piece of shit, a fucker.
Why? Why are you calling the dead person a piece of shit in the closing of your client's murder trial? It's like, jury, when you go back to deliberate, you will notice that somebody has laid a fresh turd in each of your lunch bags. I just want you to know that was me. And do it again. I'll do it again. Like, come on.
Crazy, a bastard, and she called him Elvis. That's why we are sitting here today. That is hatred for somebody. That proves they wanted to have him killed. Are you serious? You call somebody some bad names and that means you wanted him dead? My client has lack of any ability to stop herself from saying things. She can't do it. And I'm not trying to be offensive to her, but she can't. And all of these emails that they have introduced prove it. She is not a one-word person. She goes on and on and on and on. And they believe that she had Danny Markell murdered because she said some bad words.
Oh, she goes on and on and on and on. Oh, okay. Good move. Great.
There's not a lick of evidence in here that they submitted of what she did prior to July the 18th, 2014, where she said not a single word that she wanted him killed. She was planning to have him killed. She was going to find somebody to kill him. She was going to pay somebody to kill him. She was going to kill him. That she was glad he was dead. That's not in here. And this is it. This is it. Before he was killed. You're judging her conduct before he died, up to his death. And that's all you've got. And I told you that in the opening statement. They have a lot of theories, and they like to spin evidence a certain way to make her look bad because she said ugly things. That is not proof of somebody having somebody killed. And that's it. Besides the relocation issue, which has been dead for over a year before he's killed, bad choice of words, I apologize. It had ended over a year before he was killed. Now they want to bring in something called the grand.
You should not be in the situation of bad choice of words. I apologize in your close, but okay.
Mother motion. This is what had to push her over the edge. Their own witnesses said she didn't know about it. Let's see who testified to that. Wendy testified, her daughter, that she never showed it to her and she never talked to her about it. But then there were two more witnesses for the state, and they were Craig Isom and Jason Newland. And when they testified on cross, they admitted that there was no evidence that that motion had ever been forwarded to my client. Not a single piece of evidence. What if she had gotten it? Do you want to know what it accuses her of? That a 3- and 4-year-old said that they called Abba, that she had called Abba stupid. Stupid. And that drove her over the edge. One, she didn't know about it, but two, somebody claiming you said the word stupid. That's what brings us to murder charges. It's unbelievable. But that's their spin that they want to put on it because they've got this theory that she's the mastermind. And then they stand up here in their closing and they say, everybody who's been charged in this case, so they want to point at the other one, point at the other one, and point at the other one. No. Who is pointing at these people? The state of Florida. The state of Florida is doing the pointing. They're the ones getting the warrants. They're the ones doing the investigation. They're the ones charging people, deciding who they're going to give deals to and not. That's them pointing the finger. That's not my client. There's no evidence of that. They bring the charges. They prosecute. They get the convictions. They get people sent off to prison. Not us. What? We're pointing the blame at the killers for killing them? They proved that those are the people who killed them. That's not us pointing the finger. They actually did it, and it's been proven. And we're distancing ourselves from Charlie Adelson. Let me tell you something. They elicited the testimony about Charlie Adelson over our objection, if you happen to remember that. It came in.
Whoa, that is objectionable. Over our objection is not. Yeah, that is not okay. Yeah, and I see somebody asking, why don't I cover Canadian cases? Canadian cases, they don't stream. So I'm stuck. It's harder to cover them. But I will try as much as I can.
Charlie Adelson is not on trial. You may be sitting in that jury room thinking, well, Charlie did it, and it sure looks like Wendy did it. That doesn't have an ounce to do with Donna Adelson doing a thing. Not a single thing. If you think he did it, he's been convicted. He admitted in his testimony that he is the person, although he claims he was extorted, he is the person that took $138,000 out of his refrigerator size safe that he has at his house, with the money exactly like he says he kept it, stapling $100 bills together in stacks of 1,000, staple, 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 staple. He said he took that money out of his safe and he gave it to Catherine Magbanua that night. Whether that's his girlfriend and they're still fooling around on the side, that's between the two of them. That's got nothing to do with my client. He did it. But now they want to say Donna Adelson did it. Pick one. You don't like our theory? That's what they say. You don't like our theory? Oh, well, you like our theory on everybody else. Pick one. If you have prosecuted Charlie Adelson for paying the $138,000 staple, just like their other witnesses in this case said, why are they now saying Donna Adelson provided the money? Oh, wait. Oh, because Catherine Magbanua, who's been sentenced to life and is telling her sixth story now, has decided she'd like to see her kids someday. So now she's going to come in and provide information that will help the state prosecute an innocent woman so she can go home to her children. That's what that's about. So she claims that this all goes down. Charlie puts the money, Charlie, not Donna, Charlie puts the money stapled just like she knows he does into her trunk. She drives it the next day to Sigfredo Garcia, her baby daddy. He takes it out of the trunk, and a day or two later, she gets hers back. And she says he puts it in her closet, and to this day, she wants you to believe that that money sat in her closet and she spent it along the way. The records that Miss Hull testified to, showing all her cash deposits, she clearly was doing something with it, right? But to this day, she wants you to believe she has absolutely no idea how much money she had. Never counted it.
Yes, that's the strongest piece of evidence. I mean, it did seem a little weird. And I get that she's got to attack the credibility of this person, but nobody's sitting there going, oh, yeah, she's totally innocent because that lady totally must have counted the money, right?
Really? She must have thought y'all was born yesterday. But here's something. She's got this new thing she wants to testify to. That the money was wet, and Charlie told her that Donna had washed it. Her money's wet, that she hasn't touched, that's been somewhere else for these number of days. Well, what did Louis Rivera testify to about his money that he got? He said it was weird. Well, how was it weird? Well, it was stapled in $100 bills, stacks of 1,000. Not a single word about wet, and he got his money before she did. He got it straight from Sigfredo. This washing money wet thing is nonsense, and they've already proven that it was Charlie Adelson's money that was paid through Katie Magbanua to those two killers. Whoops, it's gone. But now it's her fault. And
she's wandering all over the place. And yeah, I see people in the chat saying, stop her from saying wet, please.
I'm not sure what this is all about. The state standing up saying that the defense has suggested that Harvey is the one that did the Evite. We haven't said a single word, presented any evidence, or made any argument that Harvey Adelson is the one who created the Evite. Their witness that they called, Wendy Adelson, sat up there and said, what did she say? She probably did it because her mom doesn't know how. And then their other witness, Chris Corbett, Sergeant Corbett, who does all the media and cell phone tower stuff, he sat up there and he said it was clear to him from his research and investigation that my client, Donna Adelson, didn't have a clue how to work that.
This close is obnoxious. This close is miserable. Like just, and it's delivered in like such a whiny, aggressive tone. Like, yeah.
But she's responsible for sending out an Evite that Wendy says she did, where the names come up with guess who are going to be there that are Wendy Adelson, because she kept that name, and her two sons. So it's Wendy, the name of her two sons, and then Adelson at the end. If that's how it appears, Wendy did it, not my client. And there's more proof of that real quick to come. But the Evite thing is a non-issue. I just can't imagine what that is about. The state.
And the jury doesn't care about it either. So, yeah, we can go from there.
Has argued that between the time the killers came to Tallahassee in June and the time that they came back in July and actually killed Danny Markell, that Catherine Magbanua said in her testimony that between those two time periods, when she was discussing scenarios with Charlie, He would say he had a call from his mother, step out, have the call, come back in and say, oh, they're stressed. Catherine McBanawa, not one single time testified to when that occurred. Number one. Number two, if you've heard evidence in this case and paid attention, Charlie Adelson is not a one-woman man. He's got lots of girls. She doesn't know if that was really the mother on the phone. She doesn't know who he was talking to or what they were talking about, but she wants to get out of prison. So she's got information she's willing to share now. Charlie's business. There is a slide that the state had in its presentation this morning that they showed to you that shows that Charlie Adelson owned the dental practice up until 2015. Do you remember seeing that slide? Well, here they are again, ignoring the real evidence. They got a theory and they got to spin it some way, but the evidence from their expert witness.
Her reaction is like, the fuck is this shit? Her reaction's like, what the fuck?
No evidence. They got a theory and they got to spin it some way, but the evidence from their expert witness, Mary Hall, financial investigator, forensic investigator, Mary Hall. She's up here testifying for them. And she says that Charlie Adelson was the owner of the Adelson Institute until 2020. And yet their slide says, oh, he sold it back to his father in 2015. That's not what the evidence is from their own witness. There was some argument from the state about some things that were in Mrs. Adelson's planner in 2023, around the time that Charlie Adelson was convicted, and they apparently were going to flee the country, take flight to a non-extradition country. And there's a notation in there shortly after Charlie is convicted that says cancel disability insurance. They want you to take what they believe that means as they were canceling their insurance because they were going away and never coming back. Could it be? Those were the words that were used. This is not a could it be situation. This is beyond a reasonable doubt. They have nothing other than that notation. Well, could it be that Charlie was convicted and he no longer needed disability insurance because he was going to prison for life? Just as likely. How about this? Could it be? Could it be in State's Exhibit 142 on the front page that they showed you with this little notation, notify everyone who was invited to the 70th birthday that party is off if that's what HJ decides to do. And that's on June the 13th. Could it be, the state says to you, that if the killing had actually taken place the first time the killers came up, then they'd be canceling the party because Danny would already be dead? What? Where's the proof of any of this? Could that be what it means? This is not, could it be? And a birthday present. The birthday present, according to the state, for a 70-year-old man is that they're going to have Danny Markel killed. Happy birthday. Let's have a party.
That's not what they mean. They mean it's code. They're saying it's code. They're not saying that they're literally going to like put the murderer in a box and put a bow on it and, hand it to him at the party, right? Like,
what? There's no birthday present, according to Rob Adelson. Wendy Adelson, who was at the party and who was involved, and there are emails that tell this, involved in helping get a caterer for the party where the man came and cooked paella out on the balcony for everybody. But that's what Charlie decided to give. But you got to read the worst in every single piece of evidence that they present to you. You have to, because that's the only way you can convict, and they want you to convict her. There's no evidence that there was a birthday present to Harvey Adelson to have this man killed. None. But that's their theory, and they're still spinning it. And you got to ignore the witnesses that they put up there in order to follow their lead into that jury room and convict my client. Let's talk about Rob Adelson. They brought him in here, and he got up there and he testified on the stand about allegedly all of these things that he claims his mother said. If you were paying attention by the time we got to cross-examination, what did we learn about Rob Adelson? Well, he's a doctor, and he's got little kids, so he's real busy, which is his explanation for why he rarely speaks to his family on the telephone and has, in that time period, only been down to see his family 2 times in a 2.5-year period. And he rarely talks to them on the phone, but somehow Miss Adelson has made all of these comments. This is a guy with an axe to grind, right? He doesn't have any of this information. He's not talking to them. They got him to come for the birthday party, and what was his testimony? He's a busy guy. He flew in the night before the birthday. He was at the birthday party and got up the next morning, packed his bags, and put him and his wife and his kids on an airplane and left because he was busy. He's not hanging out with his family. He's nowhere to be found. Oh, but you got to believe everything he tells you. A huge percentage of the argument of the state was, well, what did Rob say? What did Rob? Rob doesn't have the knowledge of anybody. He's not here. He lives in Albany, New York, and he's not around these people. But let's use her son, who's clearly estranged from the family, to try and bury her. You're smarter than that. So my client has been charged with the murder of Mr. Markel, conspiracy, the planning to commit murder, and solicitation, hiring the hitman that killed. We're going to go through the jury instructions briefly. The judge has already gone through them, but we're going to go through in a minute what actually is there that the state has to prove. And just like I said in opening, what the state thinks happened does not matter. What they believe happened does not matter. What spin they want to put on it does not matter. You can only make your decision based on the evidence presented to you, and up through the time that Dan Markel was killed, that's all they got. She said some ugly things, and she meddles in her children's lives, meddles in their lives, gets involved in their divorce. She's a parent. She's just being a parent, not a killer. She's a meddler, not a murderer. They haven't proven that to you. Just like I told you in opening, what they were going to be able to prove, and that what you were going to hear a lot of evidence about, lots of introduction of exhibits was going to come in. They proved that those two men killed Danny Markel, that Catherine McDonough was the one who found the killers, that Charlie Adelson is the one that paid the money. That's it. Oh, and Wendy Adelson is the one who wants to get her kids back. That's why they're killing them. Nothing about Donna Adelson. We sat here for days listening to testimony of witness after witness getting on the stand. Not a single one of them connected my client to Danny Markel's murder. Not one. I think the state introduced a couple of exhibits. They would be 64C and F.
Yes, this is sped up at 1.5 because, yeah.
Sorry, I can't do technology. Somebody has to help me. And these are emails where she's giving her daughter advice on what she should do, preparing for mediation.
Whoop. Why did that?
Emails where she's giving her daughter advice on what.
So things to discuss at mediation to make sure you have in writing for a settlement. Ask your husband to pay all or at least 1/2 of the children's education after age 18. This must be in the divorce decree. Also ask for half or all payment towards their bar mitzvahs and weddings. Make sure he is paying at least 1/2 of all extracurricular activities for the boys, music lessons, tennis lessons, baseball team activities, travel, and other expenses associated with these activities, health insurance. No more talking to Danny unless it's through the lawyers. They will talk business. If he still comes to visit you at the office, not only should you absolutely go for a restraining order against him, but notify the university of the harassment that's going on. They won't like one of their professors doing that to another professor. Go for full custody with relocation, negotiated along with living in South Florida. I'm sure your lawyer is smart enough to step out of the box and be a creative negotiator. First, see how much alimony you're getting. That depends on how much you earn and how long you've been. And then Law and Crime has their big thing blocking it.
She should do preparing for mediation. Oh, how terrible of her. But what they didn't want you to see in this email, you see that highlighted part? If she thinks she's going to have him killed, why is she telling her daughter in mediation, make sure in the final order that he has to pay half of this expense and half of that expense and extracurricular activities and tennis lesson and baseball teams and travel? Well, who cares if they're going to kill him? Why is she writing that? Negotiate. Negotiate. Shame on her getting involved in her daughter's divorce. Negotiate. Let him know that you want him to see his children. And they talk a lot about this bribe. Bribe. This man, they were considering giving him $1 million to relocate because he had already lived in Miami with Wendy. Relocate back to Miami. He taught, according to Wendy,
and then they got it done at $100,000.
Commute by airplane. They were willing to pay for plane tickets, give him money to buy a house, expose his children to a more strict Jewish environment where they had Jewish schools and all kinds of activities and be around more kids, kosher like Danny. Relocation was never about taking those kids away from him. It was, how can we make it happen? You can live in the same city. We can co-parent separately, but be together, be around each other, and all have family support. Shame on them for wanting to help him like that. They act like they were doing something illegal. That's not illegal. You heard the woman testify. It happens a lot in divorces. People offer money to get certain things that they want, or they concede something they're entitled to. But if Mrs. Adelson does it, she must be up to no good. This grandmother motion, I want to point out something to you for just a second. That would be 60JJ. The state calls this the grandmother motion because they're prosecuting grandma. Sounds kind of cool, right? There's this terrible motion, this grandmother motion that was filed against my client, Mrs. Adelson. This pleading is actually entitled, let's see here, former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA, which is marriage settlement agreement, on parenting issues, and motion for contempt and sanctions. And this pleading goes on and on about, he says Wendy's refusing to facilitate video teleconferencing with the 3 and 4 year old, that she's failing to regularly facilitate telephone contact with the children, that she routinely violates the right of first refusal, resulting in the children missing days from preschool, that she violates her duty to inform that's in the MSA. She fails to follow clinical recommendations. She violates by refusing to communicate with Mr. Markell. She persists in inhibitory parental gatekeeping, refused to provide access to have both children on one of the child's birthdays. The only single complaint he makes about my client is she called him stupid, according to a 3 and 4 year old. And I'm not sure I can do this, but I'll try. Number 6, this is the section. You can write a motion and put all your complaints in it in your legal argument, and then you ask for what is the relief that you want. He wants all kind of relief related to Wendy. And this is what they say. The state says that he's saying that the grandmother cannot have any unsupervised contact with the children. That's not what it says at all. It says consistent with the right of first refusal and safeguard the children so she doesn't call them stupid anymore. This does not mean she can't have unsupervised contact. It means consistent with the right of first refusal. If grandma's in town and she's going to watch the children, according to their marriage settlement agreement, he has to be given the opportunity first if he wants to take care of the kids. That's what was agreed to in the divorce. That doesn't say no more unsupervised contact with grandma. Now, besides her not knowing about it, what is the evidence? I don't want to mess this up. What is the evidence that supports 2 things? 1, that my client did not know it had been filed, and 2, that Danny Markell was not trying to keep my client from having unsupervised contact with him. Well, the proof is, from Wendy's testimony, that he continued himself, because during the course of the marriage and separation and divorce, my client, Mrs. Adelson, didn't just continue to assist Wendy when Wendy needed help with the kids. She continued to assist Danny. And in fact, that motion was filed on March the 26th. And the testimony was, for almost 2 weeks in April, my client watched the boys while both parents were out of town. And my client facilitated the Skype with the grandsons for Mr. Markell. Now, if he's really worried about her having unsupervised contact, is he going to leave him with her for almost 2 weeks in April? And he does it again and again. And the last time that he does it is on July the 11th. That's according to Wendy. He comes home and he needs help. She's going to go do something. And now it's his time to have the children. So he asked my client, Mrs. Adelson, if she could watch the boys. And she does. And she knows he likes this particular kind of banana bread that she makes. And they're going to mock us for this, but that's okay. He likes this particular kind of banana.
I am indeed going to mock her for this. She made him banana bread. She couldn't have possibly killed him. The banana bread defense is a new one to me.
Banana bread. It's got chocolate chips in it and no nuts. And so what did my client do? Before he came to pick up the boys the next morning, the evening before, she makes him a loaf. But she hates him. She hates him and she wants him dead. And clearly he hates her because he filed a motion. It's unbelievable. Us sitting here is actually unbelievable.
Oh, man. I feel like this defense attorney is making us a loaf and serving it to us as a closing statement. So this definitely feels like a loaf.
Now, I want to talk about the day that Danny was killed with respect to my client. We're not going to go through all the details again. But what is the evidence about my client? The state has said that my client tried to set up an alibi for her daughter. I don't know how it could have ever been considered an alibi because the man was going to get there at 8 o'clock in the morning. And the evidence is he got killed around 11 o'clock. But State's Exhibit 64 FF is from the Geek Squad. And the state presented earlier that not only did Donna Adelson send an email to Wendy that morning, or before then actually, not only did Donna send an email to her about the appointment, but Harvey, the dad, did as well. And here is the form that was completed, not by Donna. They say Donna arranged it. Mr. Harvey actually made this appointment for the broken television. They had purchased a plan for protection on this television and believe they may get a replacement or a repair. When they made it, you have to fill out some information on the form. And what does this say? Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one became available? Yes. Well, now, are you going to accept an earlier appointment if it becomes available if you've got a homicide plan? That doesn't make any sense. This is supposed to be her alibi, but they're agreeing you could come earlier if you want. And then the mother sends an email. Do we have that? And what she tells her daughter is, if you can't keep Friday, July the 18th between 8 a.m. and noon, call that number to reschedule. The contract is under Harvey Adelson's name with dad's cell phone number, but the purchaser is actually Miss Donna's name and cell phone number, and she provides her with a work order. Here, we did this for you. like we do everything else for you. And apparently that's a bad thing according to the state, helping your kids this much. But here, we helped you out. But if this doesn't work out for you, change it. A fake alibi. That's what they want you to believe. You got to read bad into every single thing they present to you to come to the conclusion that they come to.
And she just happens to try to flee to Vietnam for like no reason. You got to read bad into her, like, you know, yeah.
Now let's talk about defense exhibit 71. There was, according to the testimony that you heard from the state, Wendy Adelson was interviewed at TPD the day that Danny was killed. They went and found her at a restaurant, and they've introduced these pictures about what she did that day and where she went and how she took the long way around. But she's sitting at TPD being interviewed, and she has requested.
Now this I'm curious about. I work at Geek Squad. Crazy bitches often use us for alibis. We have a standard operating procedure on it. What? Wow. Okay.
To be able to call her mother. And unlike other exhibits where the state hired someone to enhance it so you could hear the call better, they didn't do that in this case. And the recording is actually inside the room. You can see it. It's an interview room at TPD. And not only are you hearing what Wendy is saying, there's the victim advocate that testified that my client was shocked when she heard the news. But my client is actually on the other end of the phone. So it's not really easy to hear.
Sarcastic.
But if you put the headphones on, you're actually going to hear some things, and you can hear what my client's reaction is to finding out that Danny Markell has been shot. Excuse me. Can we play that? If you could just please put your headphones on. It's not easy to hear. Right here.
I used to know. I'm fine, and the boys are fine. Danny has been. You can put me on speaker. Yeah. Danny has been shot. And I don't think he's gonna make it. And so I know. So I found this out around 1 or 2 today, and I'm at the police station, and I'm trying to help them figure out who may have done this. The boys are fine. I had Lynn and Ellen pick them up from school, and they're with Lynn and Ellen right now. And I'm gonna leave here soon and go be with them. But I really need you to come here and be with me. But I want you to either fly, and obviously you can't leave right now, but I need you to get yourself together. If it's too much to drive, I'd really rather that you flew up. I'm at the police station, and I'm gonna leave soon. And your boys can really go to bed. They're with Alan and Lynn, and they're totally fine. Yeah, the boys are fine, but they don't know anything yet. In his house.
She seems super chill, right? Super chill.
I know. So I just need you to calm down before you get in the car, okay? Okay, so and it's it's evening, so if you want to come here tomorrow, I have a lot of people that'll be here with me, and we'll have a lot of support. So I want you to take your time and just be safe in getting here, but I'd like you to come when you can, okay? Okay, all right. I love you. I need Jane. I have the car here, but Jane might take me. I'm not gonna be alone, so I have a lot of support, and I'll be fine.
Yeah,
if you could just come here, that would be great.
This also feels
he's in ICU in the hospital.
Weird, right?
Okay, but be careful, okay? Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, love you too. Bye. Mom.
I haven't actually put the head.
I'm just gonna say, if a hitman just took out whoever near me, I'd be worried for my safety. I'd be certainly worried for mom's safety.
Phones on, but hopefully that assisted you in hearing. But like the victim advocate for TPD testified, she was shocked. She's not sitting home waiting for a phone call. Let us know that it's done. It's 7 o'clock at night, and Wendy's calling from TPD to tell her mother that Danny has been shot. She has to tell her to calm down before she gets on the road, and you can clearly hear her elevated voice. She's asking about Danny. How did it happen? Where was it at? Well, where's he at now? He's at the hospital. This is not somebody who's planned for him to be killed. Now, the state has made a pretty big deal about the road trip that the 70-year-old man and 64-year-old woman take that evening when they leave their home. It's 11 years into this case. It's this July that just passed before the investigator in this case, who's given testimony again and again, after he's deposed, decides, I'll go ride the route. 11 years. They've been claiming now, my client, arrested almost 2 years ago, that this ride is completely off, but they haven't even tried it themselves, right? And even when he testified, and also when Agent Sanford testified, first of all, he didn't do the whole route. He did a segment because he's determined that in this segment is where Mrs. Adelson was at for too long. Did you take any snacks when you did the ride? And he's only doing part of it. Well, yeah. Did you get some coffee? Yeah. But they've calculated this drive for these folks who have just received horrible news, and they're clearly upset about it, that they had to be at their son's house dropping off money that was washed because there's a period of time that it takes them longer to get to their hotel in Orlando than it should have. They took into consideration nothing with respect to their age, that they hadn't had anything to eat. They didn't calculate any time in to stop and get gas or to use the restroom or to maybe sit down and have a meal. None of that's counted.
I mean, most people, when they drive somewhere, they get in the car and they just drive from one place to another. It's only on a really long drive that I might like stop and take a shit somewhere or stop and eat something or, you know, and this seems all the more true if you just heard about a horrible murder, right? Because it's like, oh, there's just been this horrible murder. Let's go get Starbucks. I don't see it as unreasonable that they might have just decided to like drive nonstop, right?
And it's got to be a strict from here to there, and you're not there, then you must be doing something bad, and it must have something to do with murder. They give no consideration to that whatsoever. But what's stronger than that is their own testimony from their expert. They have all of these slides that they've shown you where they can show where everybody is in the entire world. And did you notice that for the killers, they had collected records with SunPass and cell towers, etc. And they have a whole map that they're showing you where they went and what they got. They got the SunPass records for the killers. Agent Sanford said that my client was a person of interest from the beginning, but he had her locked in a year. And yet here we are 11 years later, and they never bothered to get her SunPass records. They can get them. They got the killers. If they want to tell you that they're stuck in a certain area and they've gotten off in a certain place, all they had to do was get those records. But they didn't do it. They could prove where the killers are, but not my client. But one thing for certain that they did say is they cannot put my client's phone at Charlie's house during this time period that they say that they took too long to get somewhere. They also testified that there is never a point in time that evening where Charlie's cell phone is hitting on a tower and either Harvey or Donna's cell phones are hitting on the same tower. They don't even have them in the same vicinity, much less the house. But they want you to believe that means Mrs. Adelson was there dropping off money. They have no evidence of it. It's just their theory. That's all it is. You can't convict somebody based on theory. You have to have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, how about this text message that says outside your house? According to them, outside your house means outside your house. I'm not saying that's illogical to jump to that conclusion, but do you have any evidence of it? No, they can't put her there. And according to State's Exhibit 142, if Mrs. Adelson was at Charlie's house, what in the world is she doing hanging outside for over 30 minutes before he gets there? She's got the garage door code to get in, but she's outside the house. They introduced this. She had talked to him, according to their records. She had been on the phone with Charlie. She talked to Charlie. And then later on, they send this text message, and it could mean many different things, but it would have been 30 minutes while they were waiting there for him to get there. And there's no reason for them to be outside the house because they know he's not there. It took him 10 minutes to.
All right. I cannot do the rest of her close. I would love to say we're going to go through the rest of her close, but I can just say the rest of her close will straight up kill us, and we're going to jump through it.
They have to prove that. There's no evidence of it. First-degree murder is killing with premeditation. Is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. They've got no evidence of her doing anything until after Mr. Markell is dead, when she writes the checks at the instruction of her son. Conspiracy. The state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the intent of Donna Adelson was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed on the date that he's killed, not after the date, before and up to the time that he shot and killed. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she had that intent, and they have nothing. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. They have to prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm sorry, back to conspiracy. I forgot to say this. In order to carry out the intent, Donna Adelson had to agree, conspire, combine, or confederate with Charles Adelson or Catherine Magbanawa or other persons to cause the first-degree murder to be committed. Had to be before. No evidence of it. Solicitation. Prove the following two elements beyond reasonable doubt. Donna Adelson solicited Charles Adelson or Catherine Magbanawa or other persons to commit first-degree murder. During the solicitation, Donna Adelson commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Charles Adelson or Catherine Magbanawa or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder. What does solicit mean? It means to ask earnestly.
Jesus Christ. I mean, we're sitting there watching this, and this is towards the end of it. We're sitting there watching this, and I'm like, I wonder how much it would cost to hire a hitman to just get me out of this closing.
She was not arrested in 2018. She was not arrested in 2019. Recorded text messages, bank records. They got experts analyzing all of this stuff. They got cell tower records, and I don't even understand all that stuff, but it supposedly can place you in places. They've been working on this case according to Agent Sam.
You've got to stop doing the, like, I don't understand what the fuck I'm talking about bit. She's like, I don't know tech, but supposedly it can place you with things. No, tell the jury you know what the fuck you're talking about. Don't tell the jury, I just heard through the grapevine that this stuff can work. I'm a simple old country lawyer, and I am so old, I do not know how things work. Maybe I should be in some sort of home because I can't read my emails. I can't figure out a telephone unless it's got a dial. Like, fuck off.
Right up until the time he was sitting on the stand, still investigating Donna Adelson. If you were going to have proof that Donna Adelson committed a crime, you should have had it beyond a reasonable doubt before you put handcuffs on her in the Miami International Airport. They still didn't even know that day if they were going to arrest her. In all the evidence they have collected, she can't help herself but run her mouth. Not a single email, no phone calls that are recorded, no written documents, no emails, not one single thing that said anything about wanting Danny Markell killed. The most aggressive thing they have are her foul words and wanting to aggravate him. This is not, could she possibly have done it? Could she probably have done it? Might she have done it? You have been sitting here hearing testimony.
Yeah, maybe she belongs there.
For almost 2 weeks. And there's not a single piece of evidence that connects my client to that murder. Charlie Adelson? Yep. Potentially Wendy Adelson? She's the one who said she hated him. She's the one fighting with him in court. Donna Adelson? Nothing. Not a single piece of evidence. You have to find her not guilty because they have failed to do their job on all 3 counts. They cannot prove she had him killed at the time that he was killed.
We're basically at
rebuttal or asked anybody
here
to do it. Please take this case seriously. Please go back and review the evidence. Please discuss what's been presented. Don't get talked into something that you don't agree with. The verdict has to be unanimous. If you don't reach an agreement, if you can't be unanimous, there's another procedure we go through. But please don't.
Also not exactly kosher here, but all right.
Buy into what the state is about to do, telling me how wrong I am or telling you how wrong I am about everything and how they have this mountain of evidence because they admitted it. Agent Sanford admitted it. There is no direct evidence linking Donna.
Everything they are dealing with is shit. So it's impossible to tell if she's a good lawyer or not because there is no win condition. But I think his expression in the background is like, what the fuck are you doing? And I'm in agreement with other defense lawyer of like, what the fuck are you doing?
To anything. And all this circumstantial evidence isn't really circumstantial evidence. It's argument about what it could mean, what it possibly mean. Could it have been? That's not beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you.
Ms. Fulford, state, you may give your rebuttal.
I'm just like, you just stand up and be like, what the fuck was that? I don't know. He's a way better speaker than she is. Yeah, one close at the Spider-Man meme. One bragged about not knowing whether cell tower data can locate you. Which lawyer was relating to the jury? 100%.
Well, y'all tired of hearing lawyers talk yet? Down for another hour or two?
Y'all tired of hearing lawyers talk yet? Holy shit, yes.
I think I've got 7 minutes. He hasn't started the timer yet. Okay. It does not matter what Miss Fulford thinks, if she's right, if she's wrong, if I'm right, if I'm wrong. What the lawyers say is not evidence. You have the evidence before you. They say it means one thing. I say it means something else. Only you guys decide, right? I think outside your house means outside your house. But apparently outside your house means something else. I think a very contentious divorce means a very contentious divorce. They think it means an amicable divorce. You guys decide, right? Look at the evidence and you guys decide. Is everything not what it seems and actually something else? You guys decide. A TV repair appointment is not an alibi because she could have changed it to earlier, but she didn't change it to earlier. That's where she was when he was getting killed. That's an alibi. This TV, that doesn't mean, that's not code. That's a hint. A hint for what? It's code. What does it involve? The two of us. Oh, well, that actually means it doesn't involve the two of us because we're being extorted. We're victims. It doesn't involve us. So what does it involve? The two of us actually means it does not involve the two of us. That's what we've heard.
She's like, everything she says makes no sense.
To Vietnam? It's not fleeing. It's a setup. How did I set her up? I didn't make her do that. I didn't get her a fast track visa. I didn't get her a one-way ticket. She did that. She made those choices. Wendy didn't bother to tell her mom she was ready to give up on the relocation. Yes, she did. Look in the emails. She was giving up and Donna wasn't having it. That's when she gets the totally unhinged email from her mother suggesting, you're not going to give up. You want to move on with a sense of peace? Hell no, we're going to fight this guy. We're going to dress your kids up as Nazis. That's what happened when Wendy suggested giving up. Never, never, never give up, right? This murder charge is not based on the fact that she said some bad words. I mean, I'd be facing murder just in this courtroom. Obviously, people. That is not what this case is about. You've got to look at all the evidence. I mean, it is death by 1,000 cuts. It is powdered sugar. You got to look at the whole thing and make a decision. And I'm sorry that there's not a smoking gun, but she was too smart for that. She thought about it. She planned it. She made sure we could never get her, right? She took precautions, but she did make mistakes. And that's what all those exhibits are. Mistakes. My spin and the spin I'm putting on all the evidence, that's not, it doesn't matter what my spin is. It's your spin. You look at the evidence, you decide. I tell you what I think it shows. They tell you what they think it shows. Who's the other side? And what do they think it shows? They don't have to prove anything. I have to prove the case. Yes. But what are they saying? Wendy, oh no. Charlie, definitely. Wendy, maybe. Not Donna. But also, not Charlie. We were getting extorted. Not Charlie. I mean, you can't have it both ways, right? It's like hard to get your head around it, but we can't be getting extorted by the killers who killed Dan Martell on their own. And also, Charlie's pretty guilty and Wendy looks a little guilty too. It's got it like, there's no lane that's been picked. And they don't have to prove anything, but they're throwing all that out, right? And it's like, you were getting extorted or Charlie and Wendy did it behind your back and they don't tell mom what they're doing. Can't charge Donna because Charlie already went down for this. No, that's not true. Everyone is responsible for this murder, should be held accountable for their role. Not just Charlie, not just the two killers that came here and shot him. Everyone that played a part in it should be held accountable. They said some things in their closing that doesn't comport with my recollection of the evidence. For example, Corbett said that the defendant did not send the Evite. My recollection is the complete opposite. You guys took notes, you have remembrances, you guys rely on your own memory. I don't want to go through every single thing, but there were a few of those. The only complaint from a 3- and 4-year-old was, Grandma says you're stupid. Oh, that's dumb. Well, no, I remember that the kid also said, Grandma hates you. Rob has an axe to grind. Mary Hull said that the Adelson Institute was Charlie's until 2022. Not my recollection, but hopefully you remember that it changed hands in 2015. No SunPass records. Do you need SunPass records to know that Donna Adelson was outside Charlie's house on the night of the murder? We didn't know that. Catherine Nibanoa told us when I got to Charlie's, he told me his parents had just come, right? And brought the money. But when we looked in the records, there's a text outside your house corroborating what she said. That's important. She was outside his house. Oh, well, she had the garage code. Why didn't she go in? I don't know if she went in. Maybe she did. She told him, I'm outside your house. He said 10 minutes. It's going to be there in 10 minutes. Maybe she did go in. I don't know. But she was there. That I do know. I don't know why she's denying that. Grandma motion. We disagree with what the words say. I mean, I just don't know what to tell you.
I'd say it's a bit longer.
I say the words say, I don't want the kids around grandma because she's disparaging me. Somebody needs to be there to monitor. They say, no, that's not what it means. It means something else. Charlie's extortion story. She wrote the checks because she had to save her son's life. Well, right. So if that's the case, we're picking lane 2 here, down below. And that's where all that evidence comes up about that pushes back on that. Like, that couldn't happen. They're not going to be spitballing the drug dealer defense years after they've been extorted. Like, that didn't happen. That was a lie, right? That Charlie came up with in his testimony, and that she then kind of got stuck with after saying all the truth is out, truth is out, truth is out. Plus, she's got to come up with something for writing those checks. She paid for the murder.
Judge is like, and you're at time. I really like this judge, by the way. This judge, he just calls them as he sees them, and he doesn't really, he doesn't seem to,
Please continue.
he doesn't seem to weigh on any particular side or whatever else.
Sanford said he never made a mistake. Not my recollection. What's the pushback on extortion? Her behavior on the wire. She doesn't say, oh my gosh, it's happening again. She doesn't say anything about the prior extortion. If the prior extortion had occurred, she would immediately tell him it's happening again, or some reference to the fact that this is something that's been ongoing. She doesn't do that. Instead, she talks in code. It's a TV. What the heck? Why are you talking in code? Her Googling extortion versus blackmail 7 days before Charlie's trial. That wouldn't happen if the extortion was real. She wasn't extorted. Charlie didn't tell her there was an extortion because there never was an extortion. She was paying for a murder. She knew it was going to be a murder. She's the one that wanted it done. Her discussion of Charlie's lawyers meeting with Garcia's lawyers. What? If she was being extorted by Garcia and Charlie was being extorted and his life being threatened by Garcia, their lawyers aren't going to be meeting up. Look at those text messages. She said, bring cash. They say, oh, that's not code. She said, bring cash. She literally said, bring cash for dinner on that call. It's not a hint. It's a code word. They say the bump failed. I say the bump succeeded. She said it involved the two of us. That was before we got made, before that Matt Surrey operation where they literally see the camera in the bag and know the camera's in the bag. Yeah, she called and put on a great show when she called the undercover. But what did she say in the first call, the second call, and the third call before we got made, before she knew it was law enforcement? She said it involves the two of us, both of us. So these, okay, I want to hit one more thing. Don't call time on me. 2 years after the murder.
If I was the judge, I'd totally call time on her if she was over time.
We've got two emails, 64T and 64I. The defense told you in opening that this defendant cares about others more than she cares about herself. The problem is that she decides what other people need, what's necessary for other people in their lives, and she is willing to justify whatever ends she thinks are needed, right? Any means to get to those ends are justified in her mind. The problem is she doesn't care about the collateral damage to get to her ends. Evidence has shown that this defendant, I think, did believe that Wendy and those boys were better off in South Florida. She thought that's what they needed. They would be better off with her. And she was angry that that couldn't happen. Dan Markel is the thing standing in the way. What was the cost of that to not only Dan Markel, but to those little boys? Those little boys lost their father. Look what she says in 64T. Children are 2 and 3. Children do not even have a memory of life before age 5 or 6. Look what she says in 64II when Wendy is concerned. This is 2 years after the murder. Her child is having trouble at school, crying because he misses his father. And this woman, this nice grandmother, innocent woman, says, quote, I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father. Quote, quotations on the sad. 64II. I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father. I spend a minimum of 25 hours a week with him, and oftentimes more than that, including weekend times and sleepover days, and have never experienced a time when he was sad. I think it's just another phase of the many, many phases that kids go through. The problem is they have a highly intelligent and sensitive mom. She doesn't believe that this kid is sad because she can't take accountability for her own actions and the catastrophic consequences. And
because she can't imagine that anybody would actually like this guy, I think is the other thing, right? She just thinks, oh, right. This guy is, I hate him so much. And therefore everybody's got to hate him, including his own kids. So Yeah.
Is that this had on everyone's life in her family, not just her son, not just her daughter, not just Rob, not just Dan Markell, but those boys who lost their father. It wasn't better for them to be in South Florida. It was better for them to have their father. You must not base your verdict on the feelings of sympathy, prejudice, bias. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and the law. Yes, she's a grandmother. Most murderers don't look like that. But the evidence has revealed what she is. Please don't let her appearance influence your verdict in any way. It involves the two of us. What about the script? They didn't even talk about the script. She wrote a script for a witness that was perjured testimony about based on a lie, an extortion lie that's been proven in court.
The script is such a stupid move. It's just so bad.
To you to be false. This defendant tried to erase Dan Markell, thinking there would be no harm to those little boys. They don't have a memory of their father. They feel the absence of their father. This defendant decided they didn't need their dad. She doesn't get to decide that. She wanted it done. She brought the money. She stroked the check. She didn't have to do that. Charlie was a signatory, had signing power on that account. He could have written the checks. She wrote the checks. Why? Because she was neck deep in this thing. She wrote the checks. She said it involved the two of us. She wrote that script. May you have the strength and the common sense to see this evidence for what it is. It's only one thing. There's only one truth. It can't all be right. It's only one truth. Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty. Thank you.
In just a few moments, you'll be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first.
So, just gonna say that was a much better rebuttal too. I actually think Donna would have had a chance at an acquittal if she hadn't tried to go to Vietnam and if she hadn't done the script shit in, if she just kept to herself in jail and not gone with like, I have a script, here you go. Like, here's how, I think she might have had a shot. I think it could have been argued, but not so much in this circumstance. All right, we're going to skip over jury instructions because that's, kind of boring. And instead, we're going to go to court is back. Court has a verdict. We're jumping to the end. How long were the deliberations? 3 hours. Not long. And that's mostly because it took them that long to eat. And she knows what quick deliberations mean. I'm sure they told her that if the verdict comes back quickly, that she's fucked. So she's aware. I was like, that's not members of the jury. No, that's members of the public. Okay. So everyone's been brought back into court.
Everyone understands. Before the jurors are brought in and the verdict is published, I want to make sure everyone understands whatever the verdict will be in the case. We don't want there to be any gesturing or any making any movements that either agree or disagree with the verdict. We are going to respect what the juror's decision is, and we are not going to subject them to any displays of emotion, whether it be from the gallery or the parties. If anyone believes they are not capable of following this instruction, I'd ask them to step outside at this time. Mrs. Adelson also as well, once the verdict is read, again, I'm going to advise you, do not have any displays of emotion as best you can. You want to control yourself. Do you understand? Please bring in the jurors.
The
Please
judge
remain
is
seated when
great.
the jurors come in this particular time.
And yeah, we can come down to one speed once we've got the jurors here.
Rise. Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yeah.
If you please can hand the verdict form to the bailiff. Having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to count one of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson,
She apparently thought she was going home, or she's just having a freak out. You might be saying, how could she possibly think she was going home? As I said, people convince themselves of all sorts of things.
control yourself. Count two. We, the jury, find as follows as to count two of the indictment. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count three. We, the jury, find as follows as to count three of the indictment. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room.
He's like, members of the jury, I got to do some yelling. So you're going into the other room.
Mrs. Adelson, while this was not the outcome I'm sure that you desired, there will not be any further outbursts in front of the jury. If you cannot control yourself, I am going to have to determine if you'll be removed from the remainder of this process. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Do you need a moment to collect yourself?
Now, I've seen people saying she's got no
Before the
tears.
jurors
I
are
mean,
brought
I
back
definitely,
in, we will take a brief 2-minute.
I definitely think she feels bad for herself, right? I definitely think that's the case. Like, I don't doubt she's upset. Because, yeah.
Break. Please give her tissues if she needs them.
Your Honor.
When the jurors are brought back into the room, does the defense wish to have the jurors polled before they are discharged?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well.
I mean, the good news for her is that she doesn't have that much longer to stay in jail. And yeah, I think this is fair. She's upset because she didn't think she'd get caught. I don't think she thought consequences were a thing that happens to her. So, yeah.
Please bring back in the jurors so we can conclude with their portion of the trial. Members of the jury, before I discharge you for this evening, I am briefly going to poll you concerning whether your verdict is unanimous at the request of one of the parties. When you hear your last name, please appropriately respond.
And they're blanking it out so that we don't hear their last names, which, you know, yeah. I see people saying, you know, I don't think she's crying because there's not actual tears. I mean, she's elderly. That might affect things. But I actually do think she's crying. Like, I don't think she's faking it. It's pretty hard to fake the tremors, right? So, I don't think she's faking it. I think she's just really upset that she's going to jail. Right? The polling the jury is going to suck for her too, because she's got to go through and hear everybody say guilty, right? So, yeah.
To you before you are discharged, please listen carefully. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges that are enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. With that being said, I want to extend my thanks on behalf.
I really hope she feels some actual regret for her actions, but I doubt it.
Half of the entire Second Circuit for your service in this matter. You are discharged. Have a good evening. As to the jury's verdict, with the jury having found the defendant guilty of the 3 charges of the indictment, is the defense asking for a pre-sentence report on counts 2 and 3. As to count 1, the penalty is statutory, and essentially there is no modification for it.
He's like, as to count 1, the penalty is life. There is no not life option. So she's going to jail for life. So what are we doing here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered by the court as to counts 2 and 3. As to count 1, is there any reason why we cannot proceed to sentencing on this matter?
Your Honor, we would request an opportunity to ensure that our client's okay before we proceed to sentencing. It's my understanding that Charlie Adelson.
I mean, she's not ever going to be okay. She's just fucked. That's it.
Wasn't sentenced right away. We're asking for the same courtesy.
Very well. The court then will set a separate sentencing date.
May I inquire whether the family members that are present would like to give victim impact now or at the future date?
Go ahead.
Good for the photographer.
We're down to victim impact statements this evening.
It's fine. Right there in front of the lectern.
Now, I'm actually going to skip over the mother here. Her statement is very good, but I am flagging in terms of time. And so we're going to go to Phil Markel. Not out of any disrespect for her. It's just Phil Markel really knows how to turn a knife a little more. She's there to express her sadness. Phil Markel's there to turn a knife a bit. So we're going to that one.
If you please could tell us your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Phil Markel.
And I am a badass. Is really what it comes down to.
I'm Danny's father. Judge Everett, I appreciate the opportunity to speak about the impact of Donna Adelson's actions on my families and the families of so many others. While this victim impact statement is addressed to you, Your Honor, it is also intended for the Adelson family, Harvey, Charlie, Wendy, and particularly Donna. I would like them to understand and reflect on the deep and irreparable damage they have caused. The pain that they have caused my family is obvious and permanent, but they have also caused lifelong harm to their own immediate family and so many other families and children around. Donna's selfishness, cruelty, and complete disrespect for human life, along with that of her co-conspirators, have left families forever broken. Louis Rivera, his children have no father. Catherine Magbanoa and Sigfredo Garcia, their children have no parents. Charlie Adelson, his son, Roman, has no father. Rob Adelson and his wife and their 2 children have lost their uncle and grandparents.
The level of tragedy that has come from this is just tremendous, right? So, yeah.
Shelley and Ian my daughter, their three children, my grandchildren are left without an uncle and are separated from their cousins. Of course, their heinous and callous actions have left me, Ruth, and Shelley without our Danny, and Ben and Lincoln without their father. For anyone to commit such a cold-blooded, unprovoked act of murder is horrific. For Donna, someone who claims to care so much about Ben and Lincoln, her sun shines. Her actions are beyond comprehension. She has harmed forever the people she claims to have loved. In the Jewish custom, we have an expression to always wish others to live to 120 years of age. For Donna, I wish her to live to 120, alone in her jail cell. I wish that every day of her remaining days, she thinks about the harm she has caused to so many, especially those two boys she claims to have loved so much.
Damn, this guy is like, this guy, he just, he knows how to wield a scalpel. Whew.
These reasons, Your Honor, I ask the court sentence Donna Adelson to the maximum possible sentence. And my only short question to Donna, was it worth it? Respectfully, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Markell.
Holy shit. The ending there of just, my only question is, was it worth it? Like, and look at her expression. Like, as she's glaring at him, he's a guy who knows how to throw some salt into that wound. And good for him. Good for him. So, and yeah.
Are there any other matters that the court needs to address this evening, Ms. Koppelman? With the PSI being ordered, the court will pronounce the sentence as to counts 2 and 3 after it's been completed. The parties have had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report and make any objections if they believe they need to. As to the 3 counts the jury has found the defendant guilty of, I will adjudicate her guilty at this time, but sentence will be pronounced as to the 3 counts at a later date.
It's
She
like
is remanded for sentencing at this time.
we might cover the sentencing.
Lieutenant Henry, please notify the commander at the jail that the appropriate screening needs to take place to ensure that the defendant is in an area where she is not subject to any self-harm.
Please make sure she can't kill herself. Is really what that comes down to.
Case management date coming up, what would the parties request?
Ms. Dugan's October court date, Your Honor.
Leave that is 10/14. Is that correct, Ms. Dugan?
Yes, sir.
October 14th for case management at 2:30 p.m. That will be in the normal courtroom 3B. Patricia, if you can make sure that the notice goes to DOC.
We're just going to skip ahead a little bit just to see. Yeah, here we go.
Us at this time. We will reconvene on October 14th. Have a good evening, everyone.
And now she's told it's time to go. She's like, can I say goodbye? And they're like, nope. You do not get to have a moment with your family. You get to, you get shuffled off. off to the bad people place.
Yes.
All right. So, if you're wondering how Donna Adelson's evening is going to go, they're going to put her in a space. There's going to be regular checks on her. She will probably be woken up every every hour, maybe half hour, etc. They're going to just, make sure that, and she's going to be in a cell where, like the blankets are difficult to do anything with, where everything is hard to sort of unravel or anything like that, which also means that nothing is comfortable. So, yeah, it's not going to be fun. It's not going to be great. Epic says, so why even have blankets? So people can sleep. But yeah, they'll just check her they'll check her regularly. They will, it's not fun because like you get woken up regularly during the night. And so, yeah, I see somebody saying, let me guess, no Egyptian cotton in prison. No Egyptian cotton in prison. It's often plastics and stuff in the whatever watch thing, because you just, you can't make it into strings or like anything else to, yeah. So fun times. So, all right, let's cover some super chats here before we go. Shay B says, I meant PayPal. We checked that. Lots to learn. I'll check it again before we go. How was about hairspray in lieu of pepper spray? Hairspray is not very effective, but judicial review. The alleged victim has been present beside the accused for every hearing, so the judge probably knows who the Mackenzie friend was going to be. Judge allowed it. Interesting. I don't know which hearing you're talking about, but that is weird. Annabelle Feinstein, I moved between the two goals, and PayPal, you reached goals. Enjoy your whiskey. I had a whiskey, and thank you so much. Jeremy Morton, I hadn't watched the closings, but saw the verdict. Now the speed of the verdict is even less surprising. What even is this close? Or close, yeah. Eric Nervik, Donna's going to spend the rest of her life wishing she'd hired Runkle. I really hope she spends the rest of her life wishing that she had made better choices. I really hope that she spends the rest of her life wishing that Danny Markel was still alive and that she hadn't done that. So that is my hope, is that she spends every day thinking of him, wishing he was there, wishing she hadn't fucked up, wishing she was a less horrible person. So yeah. My client tap is tap. Guilty, tap, tap, tap. From Jesscat Lisi. That's solid. Michelle, I fell asleep during our close. Now I see why. Fair enough. Mr. Ray Romantico, ShamWow. The real Jim McIntyre of H. Hannah Gutierrez Reed can't file for ineffective assistance of counsel. Donna's failed judge can't. Yeah, I agree. And Hannah's counsel was not ineffective. He just wasn't good. That's sort of a difference there. Equality. I bet I'm at least one of the jurors has a toxic, controlling mother, and her behavior triggered them. I sure am triggered big time. Yeah. Fair enough. Her worst day is yet to come when the boys come to visit and ask her why she murdered their dad. Oof. That's rough. Mr. Ray Romantico, Lady Macbeth deposed, Telltale Heart, murder will out. It does tend to happen. Snoopykins, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. So how common is it for people to just have shit lawyers? The thing is I don't know if these lawyers are shit. I want to see them with a case where they actually have a case, where they have something to work with. especially the I forget his name, the guy there with the stupid glasses. What's his name? Yeah, I mean, I actually suspect he's pretty good when he's got something to work with. I actually thought that he did a fairly good job with what he had to work with. And yeah, it just Jackie, I don't know. Jackie just was not fantastic. So I guess the next thing is we'll have to wait and see if we get a Wendy trial. Because Wendy might be coming up for a trial. And yeah, there's another trial I want to cover soon if I can. I just have to get media credentials for British Columbia. So I'm going to try to get media credentials for British Columbia, but I don't know if they'll be granted. And assuming I can, we will go from there. So yeah, I'll have to figure that out. But yeah, I'm hoping to be able to cover it. And yeah, that's about it. So anyway, thank you guys for watching. I think we're going to wrap it up here. I'm going to go try to get some sleep. I don't think I'm going to manage to get much sleep, but I'm going to try. And I will see you guys soon. So yeah. Burglary rant. We had the burglary rant. The burglary rant is, I don't like when people break into my house or try to. And yeah. How about Harvey? I think Harvey is probably going to skate. That's my bet. So, all right. Good night, all. And yeah, if you missed the burglary rant, it's earlier in the stream. Go back previously and you'll catch it. And I will see you later.